Hey guys, welcome back to another Destiny 2 video. Today's video is a little bit different than normal and definitely a lot longer, but basically it's an uncut compilation with commentary over various sections of me solo flawlessing every single dungeon in the game. This is mainly done to explain how to make them easier, kind of explain the general layout and mechanics of each section. General loadouts I would use for all three classes, even though this is only done on Titan. I will be going over Hunter and Warlock, and my general thought processes behind the decisions I make in each run, in the goal of just helping anyone out there who's looking to solo flawless these have a much easier time doing so. Again, we're starting currently on Shattered Throne, which is a joke of a dungeon. This first section is incredibly easy, but briefly touching on it before I get back into the explanation, you're basically going around and killing groups of ads. That's it. Each time you kill a group of ad, a symbol will show up, and there's a corresponding location on the map where that symbol is. I'll throw a map up here just in case you want to use it, but realistically, this area is so small, and it wasn't made when we had like skating tech or eager edge swords, that realistically you can just kind of zoom around the map really quickly and just use your radar to find exactly where they are. But that's literally the whole encounter. Going back to the loadouts though for the entire run, again I'll be giving suggestions for Hunter and Warlock as well as the builds I used on Titan down in the description. They're mainly going to be centered around kinds of encounters and not encounter specific. So for example, a close range damage build and a long range damage build, a general survivability for mechanic based encounters where there's really no boss target to damage. Those kinds of builds are going to be down in the description, and I'll kind of be giving my recommendations for which ones you might want to use on specific encounters. But for the most part, I'm not going to give like, 30, 40 dim links for you. Be like, oh, use this specifically here. Because in my opinion, just simply gaining the knowledge from understanding the encounter will allow you to take those one or two builds and basically do the entire thing. Rather than being like, okay, well, I have to use this build specifically because he said so for this encounter. You know, the main goal is to help build a better understanding of how to do this rather than just copy and paste, you know, your own attempt with what I'm doing. I also want to note that I didn't use optimal DPS strats for most bosses because, again, this is mainly designed for newer players or less experienced players who want to solo flawless these dungeons. It wouldn't really be a useful guide if I was like, okay, I'm now going to grapple melee the boss and instantly kill him. You know, for every single dungeon. I could go through every dungeon in the game and grapple melee bosses and one phase them or two phase them, but I don't think that's very useful to people who are trying to learn how to do this in the first place. So I'm using very easy to use, also some beginner friendly options for DPS that are still really good in general, and also explaining like how to do those setups and why I'm using them. But again, they're far from the most optimal DPS strategies. I will be including like clips in the corner at various points of like a more optimized and better done DPS phase if you're curious. But again, I wanted to mainly use like more beginner friendly options that aren't like insanely technical and hard to pull off. So if you're watching this on a controller and you're like, well, I can't do what like speedrunners do or people that are one-phasing bosses do because I just can't mechanically do that with a controller, don't worry, like the hardest things with this build are just like pressing melee. It's pretty easy. And again, it's the same thing for the Hunter and Warlock builds down in the description. They're very easy to pull off. They're not insanely technical, but I will be touching on those technical builds at brief points in case you're curious. Also, one last note, any kind of jumping section or jumping puzzle, I'm specifically using on Strand with an eager edge sword. That's just because it makes it faster, it makes it easier to do, and it's a very heartbreaking thing to die on a movement section in between encounters on a solo flawless run. Trust me, I've done that on every one of these dungeons when I first did it. So trust me when I say this, just use Strand Grapple and an eager edge sword or something else you're very comfortable with the movement of. So again, we're on the first encounter of Shattered Throne. I'm mainly just running around the map using my radar to find the groups of enemies I need to kill. After you kill those enemies, you just go find the magic symbol, or again, just use your radar to find out where they would spawn. And then you just more or less repeat that. After you do this around 6 times, you'll get a symbol of a hawk flying downwards, and that's the symbol for the very center of the map where you started the encounter. You just simply go back there, you do that process of killing a group of ads with one boss enemy one more time. After you kill that final boss and all the ads in the middle, that's it for the first encounter. It's legitimately one of the easiest encounters in the game. Just a quick note about this bridge section here. There's a ton of sniper enemies all along the sides of this bridge. I'm just moving past it extremely quickly on Strand Titan. However, if you want to take your time and just shoot them with a scout rifle or like a sniper rifle like I did on my very first run years ago on this, you can absolutely do that. I'm just kind of blowing past it because you don't really need to fight them for any reason. Same with the following section, where it's very easy to die. There are ogres that will occasionally spawn on various sections of the map, but if you're fast enough, you can just simply run by them and they can't really do anything. But again, if you wanted to take your time, just shoot them with a sniper or a scout rifle from far away, and then move on once they're dead, you can do that too. A note for the thrallway section after this, you're slowed, which means you can't sprint or double jump in this section. However, you have an eager-edged sword, and with Strand specifically, you can grapple over that initial chasm in the first area of the room, and that skips most of this walking section. But if you didn't do this, you would have to go to the left and go down a couple hallways and stairs, but if you're on Strand, you can just simply go right across. So, just a quick note. Okay, on to the second encounter. We have Vorgeth, and he is a very weak dungeon boss. Like I said at the start of the video, and specifically with Shattered Throne, the bosses in this dungeon are incredibly weak. They will fall over to basically anything and everything. So don't worry too much about having like insane DPS. You know, it's not like the Witness where it's, oh, you have to have a rocket swap and all this crazy stuff. Just hit them with something strong. They'll blow over pretty easily. The general mechanic of this encounter, if you can even call it that, is you're simply going to all four sides of this pit and you're killing these taken wizards, and that's pretty much it. They'll drop an orb that gives you a stack of Petitioner's Mark, and once you get to ×4 after killing all four of them, you then deposit it at a platform in the center, and his shields go down and he becomes immune. When you do this, he'll also spawn some Axion bolts, so just be careful of that because those can really hit for a lot of damage. But as you can see with my DPS strat, I'm literally just using my melees, popping my super. I don't have any kind of debuff going. I don't have like Syntheseps proc for it. I'm just kind of burning him down with it, and he falls over pretty easy. He has really no health. In fact, the speedrun strat for this is just spamming Fourth Horseman with like instant reload from dodge or Icarus dash with Brand of Fire, just because he has such low health. So again, if you have like Nova Bomb, Golden Gun, Blade Barrage, like any hard-hitting heavy, like Parasite for example, if you just want to stick Dragon's Breath on him and kind of like walk away, like you can do that. He really, really isn't that hard to beat just because of how squishy he is. Again, the biggest kind of danger with that encounter is the Axion bolts. After that, it's just traversing to the next section, which again, I'm just using an eager-edged sword and a grapple grenade to make it a lot easier.
Let my hand.
So we're coming up on the final boss of the dungeon, and just a quick note, the boss isn't hard, the mechanics aren't hard, but this is the hardest area in the dungeon because of 3 Dark Blades that are in the boss room. Dark Blades in any kind of encounter hit insanely hard, and there's 3 of them. So if you've been saving a super at this point, just burn your super, kill all 3 of them very, very quickly, run away from them, and just kind of chunk them down over time if you need to. But stay away from them unless you have an instant option of killing them, like I do with my grapple melee or strand melees, for example. Once all 3 of them are dead, you can pick up the orbs they drop for getting 3 stacks of Finite Thought, and that will improve your damage on the boss. Now, the boss itself is weak to basically everything. From my own gameplay, I have one Warlord coil shot, and without any debuffs or buffs, it does like 50% of her health because she's not coded as an actual boss, so Warlord gets the full effect. But again, once you kill those Dark Blades, just simply go to town killing her, jump in the middle if you run out of time for your buffing effect, and it'll just kind of reset to the next phase of the fight. But that's pretty much it. Again, it's an extremely easy dungeon. This thing takes me like 10 minutes to do. It's really not that difficult, but it is a good place to start if you're wanting to solo flawless dungeons. Moving on then, we have Pit of Heresy, and again, this is another dungeon that's kind of a big victim of power creep. It's incredibly easy, especially when some of the encounters are just based off of your own survivability, and it was made during a time when we didn't have Restoration, or Woven Mail, or Banner of War, or all these other crazy cure and instant healing effects and invis that we just have easy access to now in a variety of different ways. So again, pretty easy dungeon, but it's still a favorite of mine for the Hive aesthetic. For the first encounter, this one's, again, pretty easy. It's just a matter of kind of understanding how to go about doing it. So what you're essentially doing is you're dropping down to the first area here with the triangle symbol. This is the same every single time you do the dungeon. You're going to go here, you're going to kill the yellow knight that's there, and it'll open the door inside. Once you're in the room and after you kill the knight, you can look up in the middle and you'll see 3 symbols depicted on the wall. In this case, ours is R, V, and hamburger, or, you know, whatever you want to call that symbol. That's just personally what I call it. There's no order behind these symbols, so you can go to any of the 3 locations specified with them at any time in any order. But basically, you're going to go here, kill the enemy with the relic, and then after you kill all 3, you just go back to the middle where there'll be a big green light in the center, and the encounter's over, and that's pretty much it. So we're at the first area, and again, the same thing. We kill the Yellow Bar Knight, we go inside with the relic, and we fight the enemy that's there. So here at V, our enemy is the Shrieker. This is the enemy we need to block with our sword and reflect the projectiles back at it. There will be ogres in this room that also shoot you, but again, you can just block that with the sword. It's honestly the easiest enemy of this dungeon to actually kill with the relic, because you basically just hold a button and stand there. After you kill that, again, you go to the other ones. So the other symbols were R and hamburger. Again, that's just what I call it. You can call it whatever you want. It's the 2 semicircles with a line in the middle. But yeah, once you kill one, you go to the other 2 locations, fight the enemy with the relic there, and just repeat. Here at the second location, it's the Witch, and this one can only be damaged by the heavy projectile attacks of our sword. 2 regular witches will also spawn in this room. I highly recommend you take them out first before you actually try damaging the boss witch herself, just because when all 3 of them are shooting at you, it can just deal a ton of damage. Note that I also ran out of charges with the relic at this section, so what I'm doing now is just going outside and I'm finding one of those knights from the beginning and killing them again to get a new one. If you can't find one, look on the bridges in between the sections of the actual encounter. They'll often spawn there and you can just see them walking around. But once you go back in, again, just damaging her with the heavy attacks, she falls over pretty easily, and then it's on to the final area. Alright, same thing. I'm at the last symbol, which is R. Picking up the sword and going inside once I kill the Yellow Bar Knight. And this one's a Hive Knight. This one can only be damaged by light attacks. And so you're just going to spam light attack against him. He does hit fairly hard. He can kill you in like 4 or 5 melees. And if you don't have good enough recovery, he'll just keep hitting you before you can actually recover your health. So if you want to, you can do 2 light attacks into a block, and it basically times it perfectly to where you'll do your attacks, block his attack, and then you'll get your attacks again and just repeats. But again, fairly easy. It is worth noting that all 3 of the enemies that I fought, the Wizard, the Hive Knight, and technically the Shrieker, can all be damaged by the charged Super Slam that the Relic Sword can actually do. So if you have like 1 or 2 charges left on your sword and you're fighting one of those bosses, if you just wait until you have your super, you can do like 1/3 of their health and not need to go get another relic. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Afterwards, you go towards that green light in the middle, kill the knights, open the door there, and you're done with the first encounter. So you're done with the first encounter. Let's go on to the second. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to come across this big wall of doors. Go down here to the right, and there's actually a small crack you can go through, and that's how you progress through the encounter. If you try to go to any of those doors, it's basically like a death wall. You'll just die instantly. As you traverse down, though, you'll basically find yourself in a giant maze, and there are 3 unkillable ogres that are immune to statuses, so don't try to like blind them or suppress them or suspend them. They'll just shrug it off and keep attacking you. You're basically going to go around all these little crevices in the walls, find 3 Hive Knights that drop void charges, and you're effectively going to run the charges down the 3 lanes of this area towards the second encounter, and once you dunk all 3 of those void charges, you'll unlock the door to the second encounter. Again, the ogres that patrol here are immune to damage, so don't try killing them or anything. The best thing to do is either to just zoom by them by melee jumping like I'm doing here, and just relying on your healing that you might have on your subclass, whether that's through something like Phoenix Dive for instant cure, Invis just so you don't get attacked by the ogre, or if you have like Restoration, Woven Mail, etc. And again, you're just running this down these lanes and unlocking the door at the very end. Once you do this 3 times, the second encounter will be unlocked. If you need to duck away from the ogres, though, because they do hit hard, there's a bunch of these outcroppings in the walls that you can just quickly duck into, and there's often like another exit you can come out of to kind of work around where the ogre's at. But they will follow you. I've had runs where they just kind of stand in front of the door you're at and literally just wait for you to come out. So don't feel like there's only one path you have to take in this dungeon. Don't feel that you have to do exactly what I'm doing here. I'm just doing this as fast as I know how to do it. And again, I'm basically ignoring the ogres because I have Banner of War for constant healing and I have Woven Mail, so I take less damage. Also, I know it's a bit late in the video to bring up, but I'm not really going to be showcasing any kind of extra bonus chests in the dungeon, any secrets in the dungeon. Most of the dungeons have some kind of secret encounter or quest line through it. I'm not going to be showcasing that kind of stuff, as well as like lore pickups, just because, again, this is mainly solo flawless. I'm not really going to be like, hey, well, you know, stop your solo flawless attempt and go to this crazy parkour location to get this lore piece, you know. Alright, so we're on to the Chamber of Suffering, which is the second encounter of Pit of Heresy. And this encounter used to be a lot harder, but again, whenever this was first made, we didn't have all the crazy healing and damage resist effects that we currently have. So it's a lot easier now. Basically how the encounter works, though, is you're going to primarily stand on the plate in the center. Whenever you're off the plate for too long, the totem will start glowing red, as you can see it do a few times here. And what that means is if you don't get back on the plate soon, it will wipe you. So the whole goal of this is to quickly run to one of the 3 sides, kill the knight to get the void charge, and run back as fast as you can. Also in this encounter, you'll get stacks of Curse of Suffering. What Curse of Suffering does is it makes you take more damage from combatants. It just makes you more vulnerable to damage.
Curse of Suffering can go up to times 10. At that point, I believe it wipes you. I've just never personally had it go that far because, again, this encounter really doesn't take too much effort in today's sandbox. In general, though, you don't want it to go above 4 or 5, just because at that point, even melees from Thrall can really, really hurt you. And again, those Boomer Knights that can spawn up in the top can all of a sudden start shredding you a lot more effectively. So again, whenever those Knights are in, try to run out real quick, kill them, and run back to the plate. Once you get off the plate, you have about 15 seconds until the wipe mechanic, so just try to be fast with it.
A strategy that I really like doing in this section is called juggling the orbs, which is where you kill one knight and instead of depositing it immediately, you occasionally pick it up in the center and just drop it on the center plate. And the reason for that is you can bank multiple of them in quick succession. And whenever you bank one of the orbs, not only is it cleansing your stacks of Curse of Suffering, but it also spawns in Boomer Knights at the very top of the map, which are very annoying to deal with. The reason I'm double banking them, though, or banking 2 in quick succession, is because sometimes the game interprets 2 being dunked quickly as only 1 set of those knights spawning in. So the first time that I do it, there should be 4 Boomer Knights that spawn in because I dunked 2 orbs, and there are 2 Boomer Knights per orb, but only 2 spawn in. It doesn't work all the time, as the second time that I do it, the full set spawns in, but when it does work, it just kind of makes things a little bit easier. So that's all I'm doing here, but if you want to, you can absolutely go to one side, kill the knight, instantly dunk that orb. Just keep in mind that Boomer Knights are going to be a lot more common, and those do hit very, very hard, even when you have stuff like Woven Mail and like constant healing or other damage resist forms, just because Curse of Suffering at ×3 stacks really, really hurts. So if you want to bring something long range like a sniper rifle, or I'm just using Sunshot and kind of just spamming up there, that works too to kill them. I just wouldn't ignore them necessarily just because there's already so many enemies in the dungeon to worry about already. But yeah, you basically repeat this until you have dunked 6 orbs, and that's the entire encounter. After that second encounter, you're on to another traversal section, and this one is very interesting just because there's a lot of ways to die on this one. They've introduced these swinging chandeliers and these spiky columns or beams, whatever you want to call them. Those are very, very, very deadly. The pillars will just outright kill you if you come into contact with them, and the lanterns are kind of inconsistent, but they are very prone to physicsing you, or at least just outright killing you from coming into contact with them, especially when they're mid-swing. So just watch out for those, take your time through this area. This is basically just like another unlock the door kind of section for the final boss. You're essentially going to look at the symbols when you first jump down, and I'll put up a map of like the entire area with the symbols for where the wizards are. And you go through, you kill all 3 Hive wizards, and then the door unlocks. Personally, I don't use a map for this section. I've actually never learned the layout of this area just because it's just so complicated and so overlaid with one another, and there's so many different pathways that you can go that I literally just run around with an Eager-Edged Sword and grapple and just use my radar to be like, okay, there are enemies this way, this is probably where like the Hive wizard is, and then I just go and kill them like that. But again, you basically do this until you kill all 3 Hive wizards, and then after that, the final door unlocks. And just like that, we are on to the final encounter of the dungeon, which is Zulmak here. This is basically a combination of the first and second encounter. You're going to kill the knights that spawn in the center, and those will drop a relic, and then on each of the 3 sides, there will be one of the enemies from the first encounter, either the knight, the wizard, or the shrieker, and you go to each of these sections and kill them. They'll drop a void orb that you then deposit in the center. A quick note about depositing. There are often a bunch of adds in the middle, so if you want to, you can just drop the orb somewhere safe, go deal with those adds, and then pick it up again and then dunk it. And you also don't have to dunk at the corresponding location near each of the 3 enemies you have to defeat to get the orbs. As you can see from my gameplay, there's a ton of enemies and the boss right near the one that I just went to, so I'm going to go deposit in the middle instead where it's clear. And that's something I highly recommend you do because the boss has a ton of high damage AoE attacks, and when you combine that with like a bunch of Thrall or the other Hive Knights that hold the relics that you need to kill, if they all attack you at the same time, it's a very easy way to wipe when you don't really need to take that risk in the first place. But yeah, you're basically going around the arena, you're dunking all 3 void orbs from all 3 Hive enemies, and then DPS starts. So I'm dunking the final orb here and starting DPS. A thing to note is that you need to be in the center arena to actually deal damage to him. If you're outside that kind of green area that you see in the middle there, he's completely immune, so you have to deal damage. I'm just basically spamming Consecration with Prismatic. The dim link for this build directly will be in the description. This actually isn't a very good DPS phase, but I just left it in because, you know, it kind of shows that you don't need a one-phase everything. It doesn't need to be optimal. As long as you beat the encounter, you're fine. But yeah, not the best DPS phase, but I'm just kind of spamming Consecration. I even use my Stasis Super a bit to get some like Shatter damage, even though it's not that great. You know, damage is damage. But as you can see, he's dealing some very high damage AoE slams, so keep an eye on that. He'll eventually plunge his sword to the ground here, and what that means is that he's going to wipe everyone in that center arena. So whenever he does that, get in your last hit, get in your last little bit of damage, but then immediately leave the arena because he'll wipe anything in there. It's not just like a damage wave that you can block or survive, it's an instant death wipe, so just keep that in mind. But after that, the whole encounter repeats. And again, it's not really that challenging. He doesn't have a ton of health. So if you'd want to use, like I was using with Consecration Slam on Titan, you can do that. Anything that's a little bit more mobile is also very helpful, just because, again, he has very high damage AoE attacks that you're going to have to avoid and move around the arena while also keeping track of Cursed Thrall on the outside. So you can use something like Whisper, just keep that in mind. You're going to have to manage a lot outside of what you're currently doing by ADSing. But rockets work well, grenade launchers work really well. If you have good survivability, you can even pop something like Song of Flame and just use the sword on him a whole bunch. Just keep in mind that you're going to have to stay mobile and focus on a bunch of other things. But realistically, this is a close range boss fight, so any of the close range builds I recommend down in the description would work more than well on him. Again, moral of the story though with any solo flawless dungeon is focus on survivability rather than damage. So if you don't have a good damage phase, or if you're not comfortable using like some more high risk damage options, just play it safe. You know, it's better to get solo flawless after having 5 or 6 DPS phases than dying just trying to make it 2 or 3. So keep that in mind. But yeah, that's how you beat Pit of Heresy. Alright, we're done with the first 2 dungeons. On to Prophecy. Prophecy is, again, fairly easy. It's another victim of power creep. The general mechanic, though, is pretty straightforward. You stand in the light area and kill a Taken Knight, it'll drop light motes. You stand in the dark area and kill a Taken Knight, it'll drop dark motes. Initially, this first section is a tutorial for that mechanic, and it's mandatory, but if you just jump on that orb and then sword your way up through this tunnel, you can actually completely bypass it and go right onto the first encounter. It's just a nice way to save like 5 or 6 minutes, just because that tutorial can tend to be a bit drawn out, especially if you're just trying to farm the dungeon. But again, the first encounter is basically you have 2 of these areas where you need to dunk your light or dark mote to activate these platforms that then lead to damage phase. So in short, we're just killing a couple Taken Knights while we're in darkness areas to get dark motes. Once we have 5, we'll get that dark mote charge, and we can deposit it at the corresponding locations on the platforms. And we just do that again to get light motes, get our light mote charge, and then deposit that. Once it's over, it's damage phase. What you can do with this encounter is just jump directly on the platform and deposit the motes one at a time. But a tech that I've really come to love is that if you jump in between the platforms and you're high enough up in the air, you can actually get both of them at one time. It's what I try to do with the dark motes and actually what I do with the light motes here, and it counts for 2 of them at the same time, meaning you have to do less work. But again, you can just jump directly on the platform, do each one at a time, and it's no problem. Once you break all 4 of them, then it's on to boss damage, and for phalanxes, they're a bit inconsistent. The best DPS strategies are, again, just like Consecration Slam. If you're on Warlock, you can pop Song of Flame or Well of Radiance and just sword him, because Radiant will let you bypass his shield that is normally immune to damage. If you're good at grapple melees, he's extremely weak. He doesn't have that much HP. As well, he's a taken enemy, so if there are any hunters out there that love Lucky Pants, Malfeasance will tear through him very, very easily. But yeah, he's a close-range boss. Any of the builds I'd recommend down below in the dim link for close-range bosses work perfectly fine. And overall, he's just fairly easy. He doesn't really have a lot of health. The biggest danger of this encounter is just that he has the boop mechanic with his shield, where he'll send you back with a big shockwave. Be careful of that. Watch out for when he's starting to do that. There's always a brief delay before he actually does the attack when he puts up the shield. So just, keep an eye out for that. Alright, so the next section is the puzzle and movement section between the first and second encounter. This one's pretty straightforward. You're going to look around this big arena, and there are going to be some Taken Blights that spawn in. You more or less go there, kill all 3 Taken Blights, and then go to the center where Tolan is, and that just repeats 3 times. After that, Tolan will then shoot off towards a direction, and it'll go to one of the big rooms off on the sides of this big arena, and you go in there to start the second encounter. I just want to note, while you're here, there are some Taken Hobgoblins that spawn in up on these platforms near each area, and they can hit for a lot of damage, so if you want to take them out real quick, I'd recommend doing that. And there's also these invisible giant Taken Minotaurs that are patrolling this area as well. They can be pretty annoying, but for the most part, you can kind of just ignore them because they won't be in the area of these Taken Blights directly, but just keep an eye out for them, just so you're not running directly into one on your Sparrow. Alright, on to the second encounter of Prophecy, the Cube Room. This one is notoriously buggy, so just keep that in mind if you have frustrations. In short, you're doing the same thing where you're trying to get those light or darkness motes and killing the knights to drop them corresponding to where you're standing. And this one, you need a specific kind, either light or dark, and that's dependent upon looking at the wall. As you saw I did a second ago, I looked up at the wall, and there was a taken blight above one of the darkness relays that you deposit at, and that tells me that I need to deposit darkness to move on in the encounter. This first room sucks, like a lot, just because this big shadow in the center isn't actually like counting as a darkness location. So no matter how many times you kill Hive Knights while you're standing there, it'll drop light motes for whatever reason, even though you're clearly in a giant shadow. To spawn more knights in, you can kill the hobgoblins at the top of the arena, and once they're dead, a knight will spawn in for each one that you kill. As you can see, like, I'm standing in pure darkness, and for whatever reason, it's not giving it to me. So just be patient with this room. Try this back corner where I found the most success with it. But yeah, this room basically operates by just repeating this formula over and over again. Once you activate the correct mote deposit, then the center platform will open a lift, and you simply rise up into the cube, and essentially the whole room will then rotate, and then you go onto the sides or the ceiling, and the encounter repeats with a whole new geometric layout. Again, whenever I spawn in at the next section, I then look up. I see that there's a taken blight corresponding to a light deposit, which means that I need to kill the hobgoblins to spawn in those taken knights, and killing those taken knights in light areas will spawn in the light modes that I need. A quick thing to note is that sometimes you can look at all four sides and not actually have a taken blight. I didn't have it here on this run, but what that essentially means is that the taken blight is above you. And there's no way to actually deposit that correctly, so you can just get any kind of motes, whether that's light or dark motes, and deposit them. So again, if you ever spawn into a room and there's no taken blight corresponding to a deposit location or a light or darkness deposit, just rotate it by depositing either light or dark. It doesn't matter. There's no punishment for doing it. It just means you need to rotate the room so you can actually see which one you need. Once you've done it enough times, you'll spawn into a boss room where there are two taken Centurions. They're very low health. Again, this is mainly a mechanic-focused encounter, so any of the more generalized gameplay mechanic-focused builds I would recommend work great. Big thing is just survivability, especially with the Taken Hobgoblins sniping you from a distance, and the Taken Knights that can spit out fire, dealing some big AoE damage. Just keep an eye on that, but besides that, it's fairly straightforward. Onto traversing to the final encounter from the second. This is actually a very famous area in Destiny 2. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sparrow Section. A lot of people call this Rainbow Road, as you'll probably see why in a moment. You can get on a Sparrow and follow along. There are some areas where the path will start to twist and turn in ways you can't actually navigate on a Sparrow, and you have to climb down with the floating platforms that are present basically all throughout this whole area. If you have a skimmer, though, you can actually trivialize this pretty easily by just basically flying in between sections of the platform, jumping off and landing on the road where you can just recharge your Sparrow charge, and then just repeating it again. It is worth noting that as you go down, there are some occasional Taken Vandals with snipers that you might just want to deal with real quick just so they don't blow up your Sparrow while you're on it. But overall, like, you know, it's Rainbow Road. You're just kind of moving along on your Sparrow, traversing where you can. It's fairly straightforward. Alright, third and final encounter of Prophecy is Kell Echo. This is basically just a bigger version of the first encounter, and again, you're going to have 3 deposit locations that are either going to be light or dark. Sometimes they can be all dark, all light, a mixture of both, and you're just going to kill the corresponding knights in light or dark locations to build up 5 moat stacks. When you have 5 moats, you go ahead and deposit the corresponding location, and that's basically how the mechanic works. Each time you deposit, a Taken Ogre will spawn in, so you can quickly deal with those, although you don't necessarily have to kill them if you don't want to. But once you deposit all of the moats into the corresponding locations, the middle will open up kind of like the ending of the first encounter onto the second, and then that brings you to the boss DPS room where Kell Echo is waiting. Once you deposit all 3, again, go into the center and drop down. This is a more long-range fight, not because the boss is dangerous up close, but because he releases a Taken Blast that if you get hit by it, you get sent back to the start of this boss DPS area. And the reason that's bad is you can see a Taken Ring around the boss and a debuff called Dark Entropy. In short, when you're outside of that ring, you'll have Dark Entropy stacks build up to ×10, and when you're at ×10, you will die. So by being inside, it resets it down to 1 stack, and so because of that, you kind of want to stay close to him. Again, that Taken Blast you see him shooting out is what actually resets you back to the start of the fight area. So just keep that in mind. Use some cover on the sides. If he's on a lower platform than what you're on, you know, you can kind of take advantage of the edge of that platform blocking that for you. But in short, I'm just using a rocket build that I have down in my dim link. It's actually the most recent build guide I made on the channel. And I'm just using that to just deal consistent damage to him. Again, long-range playstyle for this one. Any hunters out there who like Lucky Pants and Malfeasance, this is a great encounter for you because you get a lot more damage with him being a Taken enemy. But yeah, that's pretty much this whole encounter. While boss DPS goes on, you also have Taken Hobgoblins that'll spawn in periodically, so just watch out for their sniper shots. Again, if you want to bring a weapon to deal with them very quickly, you can. Most of the time, though, you can just kind of heal through it. Again, they're not a huge deal. But yeah, that's boss DPS. Again, there are ways to make this a lot easier and solo 1-phase him, but this is a clean enough 2-phase that I figured, you know, it's going to be easy enough to do in the first place. It'll be something I showcase. Once he's done with boss damage, you go to the back of the room and you go into another one of these portals and you'll be teleported back into the original room you were in, except kind of like the cube room, it's now rotated on its side and you're on a different version of the map you started on. Again, the mechanics are the exact same, but just keep that in mind that the layout's going to be a little bit different of the room after each boss phase. So again, you just see which kind of motes you need and what combination of them. Kill the corresponding Hive Knights to drop the corresponding motes, deposit them, kill the ogres, go back in the center, and the whole thing repeats.
Nine have spoken. Their answer is complete. Then we learn nothing.
I wouldn't say that.
Alright, on to the fourth dungeon, we have Grasp of Avarice. Grasp of Avarice is where the difficulty spike really starts to occur, in my opinion, in dungeons. However, it's still fairly easy just because of the mechanic that it has, which is, as you can see, burdened by riches at the top of my screen. Every time I pick up one of these exotic engram drops, I get a stack of burdened by riches, and whenever you get to times 10, and every corresponding stack of 10, so 20, 30, 40, etc., you get full super abilities, the entire thing. So this dungeon is basically an infinite super farm. It's incredibly easy to spam your super. If you want to rock a pure survivability super for this dungeon, I highly recommend it, just because you can get it back so incredibly quickly that, you know, if you popped your well 10 seconds ago for a minor inconvenience, you'll probably have it back, like, in no time at all just by picking these engrams up, because you need to for every encounter. You just kill the enemies that spawn in the loot cave there. Whenever you have enough stacks, it's around 40 or so, you stand by that crystal, it'll drain you of those stacks, and then the bottom floor will open up, and you get onto the traversal section. Briefly touching more on the mechanic, there is a timer associated with Burdened by Riches, and whenever that hits 0, you will die. So keep that in mind in all of the corresponding encounters, that if you have Burden of Riches, you eventually need to go to one of the crystals on the map. It'll either be in the center of the room in like a boss arena, or there's a few locations in one encounter where it's like kind of scattered around the map. You'll have to go to those locations and have it fully drain you of those stacks. It won't refresh your timer when you're there, it'll simply pause it. So if you have like a few seconds left on your timer and you want to get there before you hit 0 and wipe, stay there until it fully drains you of it, because it'll pause it at those few seconds you have left, but it won't reset it to the 30-second duration it originally had. Following along here with what I'm doing through the parkour sections, you'll notice I'm activating specific switches and I'm only going on specific areas of platforms. The reasoning behind that is a lot of these things are traps. There are several switches that will just outright kill you, either by like throwing spikes down on the wall from you, or just like having an object crash down on you. So just make sure you're following the exact same path that I'm doing here. For this weird floodway section, I'm technically skipping some of it just because, you know, eager swords exist and you can very easily just kind of fly across this area, especially with like a strand grapple grenade. But normally what you do is you just activate each section. A small pocket will open up across on the other side, and you go in there, activate another switch, a different section will open, and you kind of just follow that whole path. But again, with the grapple grenade and eager edge, you can literally just completely bypass going from one end to the other. And again, it opens up to another section where you're simply just activating switches, flying across, activating the next set of switches, and eventually you'll spawn in a Fallen Vandal that has a Scorch Cannon. And these guys are really important because they're going to be used for the rest of the encounters in the dungeon. So when you see that Fallen Vandal, kill him, pick up the Scorch Cannon, and the first introduction of this mechanic is that object over there. You can either shoot it 3 times with an uncharged Scorch Cannon, or if you just simply hold it till it gets to its maximum charge, it'll complete it all in one go. It'll open up the room then, go up these stairs, hide to the left like I just did to avoid that falling debris, because that will one-shot you, and it's incredibly frustrating whenever you forget that it's there. But just keep following the path that I'm taking, and you'll get on to the first encounter. Alright, so we're on to our first encounter. This is Phil the Ogre, where you probably see everybody do their damage testing. In short, Phil is pretty straightforward. The dungeon mechanic itself lets you have infinite super and abilities, so, you know, this whole area, as hard as Phil tends to hit, is fairly easy, because, again, if you need to, just pop your super to stay alive. You're going to kill this Fallen Vandal, and whenever you do, you can either go to the left or right side, and you're going to shoot it and activate that node. Again, you can either hold it until it gets to its maximum charge like I'm doing, or you can shoot it 3 times. But when you do, Hive will spawn in. Kill all the Hive in here, and they'll drop the Burdened by Riches exotic engram drops. Whenever you kill them, just pick up all that you can on each side. The mechanic to get to DPS phase is basically you need to deposit 25 stacks of Burdened by Riches to the crystal formation in the center of the arena. But there's no like restriction on how many times you necessarily need to do this or how many you need to deposit at once. Let's say you miss some of the engrams that are dropped on the first side that you go to and you only get like 8 engrams. You can go to the center crystal and deposit all 8 and fully remove your stacks, and then go back and do the other side. If you need to, kill the Vandal that'll spawn in again to get the Scorch Cannon. There's nothing needing you to do everything all at once here. You can take your time. Again, you can just pop your super whenever you need to. But once you get 25, you go to the middle. It consumes all your stacks, and eventually he will be vulnerable. And the build that I'm using is a basic variant of the rocket build that I did, except with Pyregale. And I'm abusing Dragon's Breath because, as you can see, it flinches him like crazy. Being an ogre, he has the very hard-hitting Void Beam that just stuns you like crazy and makes using any kind of like sniper rifle ridiculously hard. But with Dragon's Breath, it basically just infinitely flinches him. So we can pair that with a fusion rifle. This is actually something I use in Warlord's Ruin, is this exact build here. But it basically flinches him permanently and just lets us constantly chain our ignitions from it. It lets us deal some decent damage with a fusion rifle without needing to have crits from a sniper rifle. It's very, very easy. You can also fight him close range if you don't want to fight him from a longer range like I was kind of doing there. In fact, there's a very easy to do solo one-phase strat for Warlock with Prismatic because Nova Bomb is just so good as a strategy. You basically follow up Nova Bomb with Legend of Avarice because he has such a big hitbox and you can get close to him realistically without too much trouble. Legend of Avarice can just absolutely shred him. It's actually one of the better TDO and DPS exotics out there. So if you want to use Legend of Avarice and you have like Well, or if you have Song of Flame, or you have Bubble and you just want to like sit in your bubble and do that, you can use Legend of Avarice on him. Just make sure you're proccing Transbarrel for the maximum damage. It's actually very, very strong. But in general, like mid to long range, again, you can do close range if you want to. It's just I consider it to be a little bit more high risk. Again, the best thing with him is just that he can be flinched like crazy with weapons, so stuff like Dragon's Breath basically like prevents him from attacking at all during his boss phase when chained properly. And again, with the dungeon in general, just letting you always have your super, you know, if you want to rock like a high damage super, like something like Celestial Golden Gun, Blade Barrage, Nova Bomb, you know, if you want to run Thunder Crash with Cuirass or Pyregale like I'm doing, it's very easy to do that and take advantage of it basically every single time you can deal damage. Alright, so the ogre's dead. On to the next encounter, and this one is probably the harder part just because there's no real mechanic behind it. There's no hard boss that just does a lot of damage that you have to kind of navigate around. You're on your Sparrow, and sometimes enemies just have perfect aim and will just instantly kill you on your Sparrow, and other times they just don't even know you're there. It's just kind of a little bit inconsistent, but it's basically just like a Sparrow race. So follow the path that I'm taking here just because I believe it's the easiest and it has the least amount of adds in it. Basically, there's a mine at the end of each section that's counting down, and once it hits 0, it'll wipe you and kill everything in the arena. There are a few spots that have hidden buttons that extend the duration of that mine, allowing you a few more seconds to actually get there in time. And by following the path, you're basically hitting 1 or 2 of those mines between every section. But again, you're basically just following along with the sections, following the path that I'm doing here. And eventually you get to the very end where the final one, which is mine D, is located, and you defuse that, and you're basically done with that encounter. So it's a very, very brief one, but this is somewhere that a lot of solo runs that I've personally done and a lot of other people's solo runs that I've seen can go wrong very, very quickly. So just, try to be quick. Also try to take your time. I know that sounds weird. But yeah, it doesn't have to be as bad as an encounter as a lot of people make it. Just like that, we're on to the third encounter in the Sunken Lair, and this is basically where you're disabling the shield surrounding the final boss arena. This one, it's pretty easy. It just is prone to being buggy sometimes. How it basically works is you're killing the Scorch Vandals to pick up the Scorch Cannon, and by activating the node that you did previously with Scorch Cannons, you can activate these Grav Lifts that'll send you flying to various sections of the arena. Or what the mechanic actually is when you kill the servitors that are shielded, their bodies will spawn in as these balls that you push around, and whenever you put them by the Grav Lift and activate it, it'll send them flying off at the battery packs on the shield in the center of the arena, and after you do that 4 times, it'll completely kill the shield, and you can go on to the final phase. Again, I like using Strand Grapple and an Egret Sword, like I've said so many times now, because it just makes traversing through these sections a lot easier. If you want to, though, you can just pick up the Scorch Cannon and go to each Grav Lift section and interact with them to rotate them towards other sections of the arena instead of just shooting it directly at the shield. And then you can just very easily go to that section. Whenever you get to where the shielded servitor is, you need to take down its shield, and how you do that is, again, by picking up Burdened by Riches. This one stack is 20, so once you get 20 stacks of them, you can go into the center of each area where there's a small crystal and deposit all of those stacks, and you can go ahead and kill the servitor. Again, it'll then spawn in like a weird servitor ball corpse thing. You then need to push this down to where that Grav Lift is, and then activate that Grav Lift to send it flying at the center to deal damage to the shield. The thing to note about this is the game is really weird with how that actually works. If you send the ball to the wrong place, meaning it doesn't fly directly to the middle, which is the default path of each Grav Lift, which is why I'm using a Strand Sword and Grapple, because I don't like changing that and then sometimes forgetting that I needed to move the Grav Lift back to its original position. If it doesn't go to where it's supposed to, because the Grav Lift is facing the wrong way, or if it sometimes just falls off the edge because, again, it's a object subject to physics and can sometimes just get flung off the side of the ledge, it can soft lock the encounter. It also can just straight up wipe you. It's really, really inconsistent. I've had runs where it will wipe you. I've had runs where it just soft locked the encounter and nothing really happened, but I couldn't advance because it never spawned in the next servitor. I've had encounters where it doesn't do anything and will basically just kind of go on as normal and a new servitor will spawn in. So just keep that in mind. Please be careful with servitors and where you kill them. Generally try to kill them in that center arena where the crystal is, just so it's consistently in a level place. Some of these locations have like sharp hills or like stairs, weird inclines that if you're pushing the ball, physics can take over and just send it rolling downhill faster than you can get to it, and just have it like fall off a ledge or get stuck somewhere and be really awkward to push back. There is technically a time limit behind how long you have once the servitor is killed to bring it to the launch pad and send it towards the shield, but it's like a minute and 10 seconds, so you have more than enough time. So again, just be kind of careful with it. Make sure you're not doing anything too crazy. As you can see from right there, there is a bit of magnetism from the servitor ball itself and the grav lift, so don't be worried if it's not exactly where it needs to go. As long as it's in the general path and it gets close enough, it'll basically be pulled directly into it. But once the ball is in position, you simply just shoot the node for the grav lift. It gets sent off and hits the shield, and again, once you do that 4 times, the encounter's over. One final note for this encounter, the bottom lake bed is death. You need to be on these elevated platforms around the arena, which is another reason why the grav lift is so useful, and then like a grapple grenade and eager edge is so useful. If you touch the bottom at all, you will die, and that's even after the encounter is over when you're still in the arena. So please be careful. Don't try to be like quick about stuff that you don't need to be quick about. There's really no time limit on this encounter. You just have to really worry about your buff and staying alive. Take your time, you know, go to these sections carefully, do what you need to do, take your time with the ball, and just, you know, get your way onto the boss encounter, which in my opinion is kind of the bigger thing following this. Just a quick note that you can actually see me take advantage of here. If you pick up an engram after the servitor's been killed and the crystal has been fully charged and you have a stack of Burdened by Riches, go back to that crystal that you just charged and redeposit that. Even if it's filled, it can still take away those buffs from you, because the last thing you want to do is try traversing through another section when you have that timer, because trust me, it never goes well. So if you accidentally pick up an engram whenever you're moving the ball and after you're done with that section, just go back real quick and deposit it for a few seconds. It takes no time at all and is a very, very stupid way to end your solo flawless run. All right, onto the boss encounter. This one, again, rely heavily on your super and your abilities as you're getting them back constantly with this. The main thing to worry about is this. After the boss spawns, 2 more enemies will spawn in. One of them is a Pirate Shank, and one of them is an Invisible Vandal. The Pirate Shank has a ton of health and hits insanely hard, so what I'm doing here is I'm just popping my super since I'm going to get it back really quickly anyway, and by using Syntheseps, I'm getting a super damage bonus, and I'm just instantly killing the Shank and the Invisible Vandal, just to make sure they're not even a factor. Basically, every time after boss DPS, I'll do that, just so they're not something to worry about, because the Pirate Shank hits incredibly hard. It doesn't have a crit and has a ton of health, meaning it just takes a very long time to kill it. And the Vandal is invisible, of course, and he'll run around the arena and steal all of those engrams that are dropped for the mechanic, and just overall make your life a lot harder. So I'll kill those really quickly. But basically, this whole encounter works just like with Phil, where you need to get to a certain stacks of Burdened by Riches, deposit them in the center, and then he'll go back towards that top half of the boss arena, and then it's damage phase. Unlike Phil, you actually need 60 stacks rather than just 25, and you basically spawn these in just by the 3 nodes along the center part of the arena, that again you either shoot 3 times or hold until the Scorch Cannon projectile is at its max charge. And then when you do that, the pillars will then shoot up, and a bunch of these will rain down, 10 per side. So in theory, you can get 30 per activation, although in my experience with timing and everything, 20 is more common. One thing I can say about general guidelines for boss DPS is make sure that the Pirate Shank and the Invisible Vandal are dead before you go into boss phase, especially the Shank. You don't need that thing shooting at you while you're already fighting the boss. The other thing is you don't need to deposit all 60 at once, like I mentioned with the earlier encounters. You can deposit them like 10 at a time. You don't need to do 60. What I typically do is I'll try to get around 50 or so, and then go kill ads, refresh my armor charge stacks for like surges and stuff, or in this case I'm using Worm God Caress, so I'm building up my melee charge stacks as I'm getting those last 10 charges before I start DPS. Just because if you get all 60 and just kind of sit there while that's slowly being deposited, you'll lose any kind of buffs you might have. You'll lose your armor charge stacks you're burning through. You know, it just kind of makes things more complicated than it needs to be. So if you're going for solo, my tip is either deposit 10 at a time, or if you're going to go for like one large deposit 50 and then get those last 10 before DPS starts. That way you can bring all your buffs in with you being basically fully activated. As far as DPS for this boss goes, there's a huge variety of things you can use. You can get right up in his face and like pop well and do sword DPS, or use Legend of Avarice if you wanted to. If you want to do a mid-range DPS setup, you could stay by the center crystal area because he'll teleport away from you to where he currently is for DPS. If you wanted to go long range, you could do that as well. So realistically, any kind of setup that you prefer works really, really well with this. So as a result, I would personally go with whatever build that you feel has the best survivability for you, and also let you navigate everything very effectively between spawning in the engrams to pick up and killing the Shanks and the Invisible Vandal, and just dealing decent DPS in general. So whichever one of the builds that I have down in the description for your class specifically that you find yourself really kind of gravitating to using more often, use that, because you can honestly play this boss fight so many different ways. He does have a stomp mechanic like most bosses, so just be aware of that. But in general, he's not something that's going to like melt you insanely fast like bosses in later dungeons will. Last thing, like I mentioned at the start of the encounter, after boss phase, that Shank and the Invisible Vandal will spawn in again. I always swap to Syntheseps and pop my super just to quickly deal with them, because again, the Vandal makes your life harder by stealing your engrams, and that Shank hits incredibly hard and takes so much damage to kill. That using your super that you'll basically get back in 10 seconds once you actually start the encounter anyway, it is just a good idea, and it's a very, very easy thing to do to keep things from being harder than they need to be. Alright, next up is Duality, and Duality is where these dungeons start to get pretty difficult. It's not because the mechanic is necessarily incredibly complex or anything, but just because the sheer number of adds in this dungeon is ridiculous. Compared to previous entries, Duality just has a constant flow of adds, and they do not care if you're in boss phase, they don't care if you're like just starting an encounter. There are constantly adds coming in at all angles from every section of this dungeon. There are always scions up in the rafters somewhere trying to snipe you. So a very important thing is any build that you use in this dungeon needs to have either an instant cure or like instant healing effect, something like restoration that has constant healing, damage resist like found on arc subclasses, strand subclasses, and stasis subclasses, or ideally a combination of those things in some way. Again, any of the builds that I recommended for like general movement and even like some of the DPS and boss builds that I have down in the dim link all have some combination of this. Following along with what we're doing though, we're using the bells to swap between our reality and a mirrored nightmare reality. Some of these you can just like utilize to skip entire sections, like that drop down I just did is a very simple method to skip an entire like maze section of that area that you can literally just fall down and go to the end of. But as we're making our way to the first encounter, it's important to note that again, there are a lot of adds in this dungeon, and I'm saying that because if you have any kind of ability build that functions off of getting kills rapidly, this is the dungeon to use it in. Banner of War Titans with Syntheseps and just popping your super and going to town, that works fantastic. Anyone who's using Combination Blow on Hunter, Arc, or Prismatic Hunter, that is, this is a very good dungeon to combine it with something like Assassin's Cowl or Liar's Handshake, specifically with like Prismatic, for example. Warlocks with Sunbracers, you know, like these builds that function off of having a ton of adds and getting a ton of ad kills to chain these abilities. This is the kind of dungeon where that works incredibly well. Once you get to the area I'm in now, kill all the adds and it'll open up a door leading down to the first encounter. The first encounter is against the Nightmare of Gahlran, and it's a bit complicated, so stay with me here. It essentially works by shooting the bell at either end of the room, and when you do, you'll be transported to a copy of this room in a Nightmare realm, and when you do, you'll have a set amount of time, around 1 minute, to actually stay in here. As you can see, the top of my screen has Nightmare collapsing with a timer on it. When that hits 0, if you're still in here, you will wipe. How to get out is you kill the Scorchers that spawn on the opposite side of the bell that you shot, and by killing them, it unlocks the bell to leave. Again, you just simply go up to it, you shoot it a few times, and then that'll transport you out into the regular area. While you're in here though, in 2 of the corners in this room, there's going to be a group of Cabal dogs that have a yellow health bar scion in it. What you're going to do is kill that yellow health bar scion, and it'll drop a banner. When that scion drops the banner, you can pick it up, and then you'll take it back out to the regular world to deposit it at its set location, and then it'll go on to the next phase of the encounter. A quick thing to note about what I'm doing though is I'm killing both scions, but I'm only picking up one of their banners, and there's a reason why I'm doing that, and I'll get into that in a second. But in short, you take the first banner, and then you go and you find the corresponding location in the real world. For example, I have the Essence of Chalice. I go to the Chalice location. As you can see, there's a flag on the wall behind it, and I deposit it there. When that happens, the door on Chalice will open up, and there'll be some Cabal people in there to just clear out. Kill the Scorchers nearby to allow you to activate the bell, and once you're standing in the room that just opened up, you then shoot the bell, and it'll bring you back into the Nightmare realm. You'll be transported to this weird side room that has a bunch of these Nightmare enemies in it. They're actually not that strong and don't have a ton of health, so don't worry too much about them. What's happening now is I'm going back in that Nightmare realm now that I cleared out the one side of the arena in that side room. I need to clear out the second. So I'm going back to get that banner that I left from the second scion that I killed. The reason that we killed both scions on the first run, but only took one banner, is that the game will automatically spawn in a scion when one isn't present where it should be. So whenever we get here, the banner from the first one is still there, but the scion is still alive. And the reason for this is that in the final encounter, we can kill that scion that'll respawn from there that we just left alive, and it'll give us about 15 seconds more on our timer, enabling us to have a much longer DPS phase. There's really no downside to kind of bugging the game out like this. The only thing that could cause an issue is if you've gone through a complete phase encounter, meaning that you went through and got banners, you did boss DPS, and you're on the second phase of your run on this encounter. If you go back to where that banner originally is, from where you killed that extra Scion, and pick it up, it can mess with the encounter and potentially softlock it, because you're essentially getting a banner that shouldn't be there anymore. You can simply solve this just by killing the Scion in that room, and the new banner will overwrite the old one. But again, it's a very easy way to get like 15 extra seconds for boss DPS. Onto boss DPS, as you can see, I'm finally coming out of the second side room. I'm going to kill the Scorchers first, just so after damage is over, I can just run to the bell and get out. And for, again, this build, I'm mainly using Banner of War. I'm just going to be using my melees with 1-2 punch, and I'm going to be popping my super to take advantage of Synthecept's damage boost. This is an incredibly easy build to take advantage of at a dungeon like this, just because of how many enemies there are. Again, any kind of build that functions off of having a lot of enemies nearby, stuff like, Sun Bracers does really, really well, because you can just constantly get your grenades back. Damage options. This is a incredibly close range boss fight. You can technically fight him from a distance. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, but he moves around so much and hurtbox shifts so much that it's incredibly infuriating trying to use something like Whisper or a Linear on him. If you want swords, Legend of Akelous, glaive melees, even if you have a good glaive melee build, those do great in this area. But again, focus on survivability. Don't focus too much on going crazy with damage. As you can see, I did half his health, and I'm literally just like popping Blade Fury with Tractor Cannon, pretty much. So, as long as you have a good DPS super, and you have a build that does really, really well with survivability and just killing tons of ads, you'll do just fine. Again, any close range build down in the description works perfectly fine. Alright, so first encounter's over. Going to the jumping section, that takes you from the first to the second. In the upcoming room, it's just a death pit below you, so please take your time. Don't try, like, zooming across really quick if you're new to this. There are a few switches at various points in the room that, when activated, will have some platforms jut out from the walls, making traversing a little bit easier. But again, if you have, like, an eager edge sword, or if you have a like grapple grenade, you can easily navigate to the hole that's diagonal across from you when you spawn into this room. But again, there are a ton of platforms that you can just simply jump up onto, and it's fairly easy to get across. Where I'm going here is actually one of the switches that, when activated, it causes some of the platforms, as you can see to the right side of the screen there, to jut out, and these are what you actually want to take to get towards the opening way down over here. When you go down here, it's a slide that makes you go incredibly fast and will basically kill you if you don't have a way to stop yourself. So if you have an ability like Phoenix Dive, Frenzied Blade, Shatter Dive, for just to name a few, that actually like lock your momentum and cause your player model to go in a specific trajectory, you can hit off the walls and be absolute like 1 HP. And with the enemies in this section, it's a very easy way to die if you're not prepared. So if you want to bring like a sword and just try to like block damage, if you want to use one of those abilities that I mentioned, for example, to try to like redirect your momentum, you know, go ahead and do that, just because even though Bungie says that you can no longer die to physics and you'll be left at 1 HP, I've died plenty of times there just because I assume I'd be okay and I wasn't. You're now in this weird lock room to the second encounter. Basically how this works is that there are a bunch of statues in the room and they all need to be facing towards the center, but 3 of them aren't. One of them is facing off to the side and 2 of them are facing in a complete 180 from where they need to be. Every single time you do this dungeon, it's basically a 3-2-2, meaning that one statue needs to be turned 3 times, and the other 2, which are facing the opposite direction, need to be interacted with twice. So what I'm doing is I go into the Nightmare Realm, and I go to the corresponding statues that were facing the wrong way, and I interact with the switch behind them the set number of times. Again, the one facing to the side, I interact with 3 times, and the other 2, which are facing the opposite direction, I interact with twice. Once that's done, I simply just come back out, and I can drop down into the second encounter. Alright, on to the second encounter of Duality. This is probably the hardest one in my opinion, just because of how many ads there are and all the things to do and how long this encounter can take. In short, here's what you do. You kill the Scorchers to open up both bells on each side in the starting room, because you'll need to be dipping in and out of that Nightmare Realm constantly for this phase. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to look towards the inside of the arena, and there'll be 2 of the banner icons that are glowing. Mine in this case are Sun and Chalice. You'll see me check them in a second. And what you're going to do is you're going to find the Sun or the Chalice icon written on the walls in the corners of the room. I go over here and I check. This one's Sun, so I need this one. So what I do is I then shoot the bell and I'll be transported to the Nightmare Realm. What I need to do is kill the Cabal Centurion, or whatever you want to call it, at the very end of this arena that I'm currently in. And what that'll do is effectively spawn in a banner keeper that has the banner for Sun, and I just bring that back out of here and deposit it, and that's how this works. You don't need to get both banners at the same time. I do, just because I'm experienced enough to get both of them at the same time within the time limit. Kill him and you pick up the banner, you'll get 15 more seconds, kind of like killing that Scion in the first encounter. And then once you're there, again, you have to find the Scorchers that are locking the bell in the center of this arena. Kill them, it'll unlock the bell, and then you can leave, deposit that banner, and then see which other one you need and come back in. But again, if you're fast enough, you can do both in one trip. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm killing the one for Chalice, and the way that I know it's Chalice is the layout in the overworld, or the real world, is the same as the layout here. In that starting area, Sun is adjacent to Chalice. So what I did is I'm in this room, and to the back right currently is Sun, and that would make the back left adjacent to it Chalice. So I'm just going there. While you're in the Nightmare itself, if you want to confirm which side you're on in case you lose track, each corner will have some kind of sculpture that depicts which banner that actually is. So for Sun, as you saw in the very beginning, there was a big Sun statue or icon above the Cabal guy in the back that I needed to kill. For Cups or Chalice, there are a bunch of Chalice statues in the middle of that arena. For Dogs or War Beasts, whatever you want to call it, there's a dog statue in the middle of the arena. And for Axes, there are crossed Axes icons that line the sides of the arena in the Nightmare Realm. So again, if you ever get turned around and you're like, wait, am I on the right side? Look for those icons that are there, and that'll tell you which one you're currently at. Because if you kill the wrong one, the game will shear off a ton of time from you, and it can lead to a wipe. But again, once you have those bearers, come out of the Nightmare Realm, again, kill those Scorchers to unlock the bell, go to the bell, get out. You then plant it in the center of the arena. If you did one, you have to just simply do the whole thing again, go back, get the one that you need still, and then come back out and plant that. But once you have both, then boss damage starts. The higher health Cabal target will become vulnerable, his immune shield will go away, and there's really no timer for DPS phase in this encounter, so don't worry about like melting him super quickly. You can just take your time, and whenever he's dead, a stronger Cabal boss will spawn in, and the whole thing repeats. In total, you need to bring out 6 of those banners or icons, whatever you want to call them. 6 of those need to be planted in order to complete the entire encounter. So again, that whole process that you just saw me do, I'll do that 2 more times in total. Each boss, every time I do it, is going to be a little bit stronger. And then after that's over, that's the end of the encounter. In general, take your time with this. Don't die because you spent too long in the Nightmare Realm. Just go get 1 banner if you're learning and get out. That's what I did on my solo Flawless, and it was like 20-30 minutes longer than what I do now. It's totally okay. That's how solo Flawless works. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be good enough. In general, for builds in this section, anything with good survivability, and again, those ability-focused ad-clear builds that I was mentioning, like Sunbracers, Combination Blow Spam, Banner Titan, Hammer Titan, for example, these are all fantastic builds for this section. Again, look at the dim links in the description to find which one you might kind of resonate with more. But this is a great section to just spam your abilities constantly that rely on getting those ad kills because they're everywhere in this encounter. One thing I will recommend is I do recommend bringing an Eager Edge Sword just to make your time in here a lot faster. Also, the Cabal Scorchers will physics you off the map based on where they're at if you're kind of careless with them. So having that to kind of fling you back onto it real quick if you need it is also very important. And again, just for general movement. But in reality, there's nothing really restricting you here, and boss DPS isn't anything crazy, and it doesn't need to be this massive DPS race. So realistically, use what you're comfortable with for survivability over damage, and just take your time with the encounter.
One thing I do want to mention, though, is that while you have your time limit while in the Nightmare Realm, if you kill the wrong bearer, meaning let's say that you have Chalice and Sun as symbols, and for whatever reason you go and you kill Axes, it won't immediately wipe you, but it will shave off a significant amount of time from your timer in the Nightmare Realm. So it's basically a wipe if you're unprepared for it. So just make sure, again, that you are double-checking which one you're killing. You can either use the map that I provided earlier in this section, or just looking at the walls to see what symbol is verified. But please don't just like blindly do this. It's a very easy thing to double check. Alright, so you finished up the second counter of Duality, and you're on to the final boss, which is Caiatl. You can just follow the path that I took here. It's another bell traversal section. You can actually get past all of this if you run, again, like a grapple nade and you know how to properly, like, sword fly with line ramparts on Titan, for example, or just know how to, like, well skate or shatter skate. You can technically get past this whole traversing section and go right to the end. But in case you're not interested in that, you can just follow the exact path that I take. We're basically going to take the bells to wind up this big room, then we'll go down a slide, and then it's over to the final boss room.
She is more beautiful than any star I've ever beheld. I name her Caiatl, for the brightest star in our sky. May she outshine it always.
Alright, so you finally made it to Caiatl, which is the final boss of this dungeon. It's basically the second encounter, just with an actual boss this time. In short, there are 3 sets of bells, again, 2 Scorchers per bell to unlock them. This is important for not only the general mechanic, but also boss DPS. So in general, just try to kill them as fast as you can when you see them. For this, though, you're going to have 2 symbols, one of which is dog, as you saw right there, and the other one is sun, which is over on the other side. The symbols can be repeated in this encounter. They also don't have to be necessarily like one per side. But basically what's going to happen is you're going to find your symbols. Again, mine are sun and dog. And in each of the corners of the room, there is a platform with a scion on it. Above that scion is going to be a symbol on the wall, and that tells you in the Nightmare Realm which scion corresponds to the banner that you need to pick up. So again, I need sun and dog, so I'm going to the scions that correspond to those locations in the overworld to kill them and pick up their banner. Same thing as before, if you kill the wrong scion, it will shave off a lot of your time. So if you're unprepared for it and you're like 20 seconds left in here or whatever, it is basically a wipe. So again, just be very careful with that. I'll throw up a map on here of the actual arena if you want to. But again, it's very, very easy to just kind of coordinate this one at a time. You don't need to go and get both like I'm doing here. You can literally just, say like you need dog, for example. You can just go in this room, see the exact scion you need to kill dog, and since there's so many bells all in close proximity, just turn around, shoot a bell, look back at the scion, and when you go in Nightmare Realm, you're staring at the one that you need. They don't swap or anything. There's nothing to verify which one is which in here, so if you get confused, just leave. It's not worth potentially wiping this far into Duality, especially if this is like a solo flawless run for you, just because you want to go fast. If you forget which banner you need, if you forget which one was which, just simply get out of there, and then you can always go back. Once you get out of the Nightmare Realm, you simply go over to where your banner icons were and you deposit them. From here, the center chains will start to glow red. You just simply need to shoot them or damage them, and this will activate boss phase. When this happens, the bell will ring, and Caiatl will be transported into the Nightmare Realm ahead of you, and then you'll be transported in after her. How this works is pretty simple. There's going to be all the bearers that spawn in for all 3 bells. Caiatl is going to go to one of the 3 sides. She'll either start running straight at you through the middle, or she'll go to the left or to the right. What you need to do is kill those bearers before she gets to the bell, and then that will unlock the bell to be shot. You're going to shoot the bell when she's in close proximity of the bell itself. You can see where she's standing, like that's the general area where she'll start to be affected by it. But basically, she's damageable throughout the entire encounter, but has a massive damage resist to her, and by her getting stunned by the bells is what allows her to take more damage. Caiatl will be stunned for 10 seconds after every bell, and of course with 3 bells means you have 30 seconds in total for DPS. After this first phase though, she'll go on to her second bell location, which is any of the 2 remaining ones. So with me, she went to the right bell first. The following bell could be the middle one or the left side one. It's just up to you to kind of follow where she goes and predict where she's going. A brief tip is that if you want to kind of stall her going to a specific bell and just give you a bit more time to kill bearers and get ready, if you trigger her stomp mechanic, you can kind of start running away before she actually hits you with it, at least the full damage of it, and it stops her from running briefly to give you some time to kill the bearers. One final note about DPS, as you can see from the arena that I'm in, those Scorch backpacks of all the Cabal Scorchers that were here are still on the ground when you kill them. This isn't normally a problem, but sometimes the Scions who are sniping from the sides will hit those and cause them to explode, or if you shoot them yourself somehow, those will also still explode. So after you're done with damage, if there's like a ton of them right by the bells where you would normally be for DPS, just shoot them real quick while you're standing away from them to get rid of them, just because those will persist. And so you don't want to have it be like, oh, your 3rd or 4th damage phase, and there's like 6 or 8 of those Scorcher packs just sitting on the ground, which is basically like you standing on a giant pile of dynamite. Take care of those after DPS is over if they're a bother for you, or if there's just like a lot of them stacking up. After all 3 bells are used, she'll run to the back of the room, and at that point, DPS is over, your first phase of this encounter is over, and it's on to the next one. As far as this encounter itself, again, it's extremely ad dense like everything else in Duality, but in general, like any kind of good survivability and healing is very important. Caiatl isn't really that far of a boss to fight as well, so if you wanted to use like melee stuff, you can. If you want to use something like Avarice, you can absolutely do that, especially since she's stunned the entire time when you're actually fighting her. So getting those trench barrel melees and consistently hitting crits with Avarice is really easy. You can also use the exact build I'm using here if you're on Titan. It's actually the most recent build that I covered on my channel. But again, she's basically a close range boss. That's more or less it for the whole encounter. You go into the Nightmare Realm, you pick up banners that are corresponding to the icons shown in the real world, and then you just simply dunk those. After all 4 are dunked, and again, you can either do that 2 per trip into the Nightmare Realm, or you can do it 1 at a time. Then boss DPS starts, and again, just look for which bell she's starting to run to, kill those bearers, activate the bell when she's close by, and you get your few seconds for a DPS phase. But again, just repeating this a few times, and you eventually kill Caiatl, and you're done with Duality. In my opinion, this is the 3rd hardest dungeon, just because of the sheer number of ads just everywhere. So if you're struggling on this one, it's perfectly reasonable. It's extremely, extremely difficult. But again, just use the builds I recommend down below, mainly for like close range for this final encounter, and you'll be set. Alright, on to Spire of the Watcher. This dungeon's mechanic is actually extremely easy, and I personally really enjoy it because you can do it entirely off of your own pace. There's no punishment for taking forever with these mechanics or having as many phases for the bosses as you need to, and it's extremely fast. Like, if you would want to and you get good enough with this dungeon, you can start each damage phase after the other, like, within a minute. It's entirely based on how fast you want to go, and so then it's very satisfying for me personally to see myself improve with this dungeon and be able to go really, really fast between damage phases on both bosses. In general, how the mechanic of the whole dungeon works, though, is you kill those Minotaurs and you'll get an Arctrition buff for 30 seconds. Arctrition is going to let you shoot the various nodes around the map, and essentially what you're doing is connecting the dots. You're shooting a starter node, as you just saw me do there, following the line on the ground that leads to the next node, and you're just chaining this until it reaches a quote-unquote end node. And that's the entire mechanic. Each time you chain a node, your Arctrition buff will refresh, or if you just kill another Minotaur, you'll just get the full 30 seconds again. But again, the entire dungeon operates off of you finding this starting node, chaining it through the dungeon to its ending node, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, overall a very easy mechanic, but something that's very, very satisfying to get good at, because then you can just simply fly through all these encounters. This first section is simply just a bunch of adds that spawn in. There are some exploding harpies, so watch out for those. There are also a couple cyclopses up on the ridge surrounding where you're at. But realistically, once you connect all 4 node sets, the bottom platform will then open up and you can go down into the bunker, and it's just a parkour section after that.
Outside the Black Garden. They're a fanatical sect of programming devoted to the darkness, or rather the witness. The Ishtar Collective in a Seraph complex. Peculiar. They were rivals in the Golden Age. This wasn't just a pillory site, it was a joint research facility, focused on extrasolar colonization efforts. The Soul Divisive have been scouring research logs. They were looking for something more than to imprison Rasputin's subminds.
For this parkour section, if you want to go along the right side, you can simply well or shatter skate just to get around it, or if you're on Titan, you can just use lion ramparts like I am and just sword fly. However, though, if you want, you can follow along with the paths that are shown below me here that I'm flying over. You simply jump to one to the other and just follow your way through. There are a lot of hobgoblins sniping at you, as you can see from my gameplay. So again, if you want to take some time and just simply kill them real quick before progressing through the encounter, that's totally fine.
Information stored here, but could it be linked to my visions? Why else would the witness be interested in these files?
Alright, on to the first true encounter of Spire of the Watcher. This one is basically what you just did before, but with an actual encounter in it. You're on a giant part of the spire, so falling off is death. So again, I recommend bringing a sword, just in case you need to kind of like cut around edges or get back onto certain platforms, whatever you need to do. But again, you're killing a Minotaur, you're activating the 2 nodes on the level, and then you're just following those pipes and connecting all the nodes through. I know where they are, which is why I'm able to kind of just do this pretty quickly. But again, if you don't, just follow where those lines lead and look for the nodes, and that's it. While this is going on, regular Vex enemies will spawn, and occasionally Hydras will spawn on the outside, so watch out for those and just, kill them if you need to. But again, this is a very straightforward encounter. It's extremely easy and can be done incredibly quickly when you learn the actual locations of these nodes. Quickly pointing it out, be careful of falling down gaps and stairs like I just did. There's a lot of them for some reason, and it's a very easy way to wipe yourself. Even someone like me that's very experienced in this dungeon, it still happens too, so, be careful about that. But in general, a few things about the nodes themselves is once you activate a node, there's no time limit before you need to activate the next one. You can leave that activated, fully run out of Arctrition, and then go get it again, and the last node that you shot will still be active. There's no time limit in which you need to connect everything. Right, and then once you connect both nodes, an elevator will open up, and then you can simply go up to the next level, and you're more or less repeating this 2 more times. The layouts are different at each level, but again, you're just simply starting at the starter node, and then you're following the line and connecting it all the way through its ending point.
Vex mine remains in this terminal like an open door. It's using the tower's arrays to connect with installations across Sol. This must be in preparation to imprison the submines. Breaking their connection could end this threat.
Okay, on to the second encounter and the first boss of Spire of the Watcher. We have Akelous, who is basically the big harpy from Garden of Salvation. The mechanics for this encounter are basically the same thing you've already been doing. There are 4 beams, areas, whatever you want to call them, protruding from the spire itself. Along each of these areas is a huge section of nodes that leads to an end node. Again, you just use Arctrition, you chain it following where these nodes lead, and after you do all 4 sections, the boss will go to the last node that you activated and damage starts. Again, it's a very fast encounter whenever you know where they're all at, so once you get good at this encounter, you can simply fly through it incredibly quickly. For the nodes themselves, just start them all in the middle and just follow their way through each of the areas, and that's pretty much it. While you're doing this, regular Vex enemies will spawn, and Harpies will spawn on the outside. Definitely bring something to deal with those Harpies, especially before you go into boss DPS, just because you don't need them flinching you and making things more complicated. Again, I want to mention one more time, there is no time constraint behind doing this a certain speed. You can take as much time as you need to activating these nodes. Don't feel the need to be rushed doing it. Take your time activating them. Don't try to fly around and do it super quickly. There is no reason to do that if you're not comfortable doing that. Alright, so right here I'm about to activate the last node. Once you do, it'll say all fuel rods activated. That means it's time for damage. The boss will go towards the last node that was activated, and he'll pop out all his eyes, kind of similar to the Garden of Salvation mechanic. At this point, DPS has started, so killing the eyes as fast as possible is how you maximize your time for actual damage. Once all the eyes are broken, his crit will be exposed, and he'll just slowly start to move back towards the center of the map. Easiest way to do damage here, if you're just looking for like a simple DPS strat, especially with this season, is using something like Whisper with the artifact perks and just simply chaining hits over and over again. You don't have to follow along and worry about all the holes in the pathway, you can simply just sit back and shoot him. Also, as you can see just from what happened, he'll eventually release a giant blast, which can outright kill you and physics you off the map as well. So staying back with Whisper has that second advantage that you kind of miss that. You can use close DPS and follow along with him and just kind of watch out for the holes in the platform as you're moving. But again, that huge blast can absolutely kill you and physics you off the map especially. So just be careful of that. Again, another reason I like Whisper is you just sit in the back, you completely avoid it, and it's just very easy to do because he has a massive crit spot. But again, once that's over, you can just start doing attrition again. There's no delay, there's no new mechanic, the pathways don't change, nothing like that. So yeah, it's a fairly easy encounter, especially since there aren't really any like major threat of ads at any point. It's nothing like Duality where there's just like constant spawning of ads. So yeah, pretty easy encounter, pretty straightforward. Honestly, it's a favorite boss of mine. I really like this dungeon overall just because of how fast you can actually take this if you wanted to. There's no big downtime in the dungeon.
over the security systems. Perhaps now we can... No. No! They're driving the reactor core to a meltdown. It's going prompt critical. Those power surges were intentional. Get to the reactor, lest we lose everything.
Alright, once you beat Akelous, you simply go down into the center of this platform here, and you follow the parkour sections along where I'm going, and you more or less just kind of make your way down to the final boss. There are a few areas, though, where you need to chain Arctrician to open a door below you. When you get to these rooms, there'll be a bunch of ads. Simply kill them to spawn the Minotaur, and once you do, you simply look around the room for the 5 nodes. There are red wires that chain to each one if you can't find them, so just follow those. And you need to hit all 5 in a quick succession in order to unlock the door beneath you. Again, not too hard, it's just part of traversing to the next section, but you repeat this a few times, and then whenever you get to the final one, you'll be able to unlock the boss room.
Guardian, what we've seen here proves my visions have merit. We must secure the complex to convince Ikora. Trust me. A frail thing. As much as our mission, if this can restore her faith in me, I need this. Mind directs power to the reactor. Kill it, and the complex should stabilize.
Alright, onto the final boss of Spire of the Watcher, and it's a giant wyvern. He's the hardest part of this entire dungeon, not because the mechanics are hard or his encounter is that difficult, but just because he's a wyvern and wyverns hit extremely hard. I highly recommend rocking some void resist for him specifically, but other than that, let's get into the encounter itself. It'll start off by spawning in 2 hydras. Killing these 2 hydras is essential. They need to die to progress through the encounter, so just use whatever means you have to quickly kill them. Once they're dead, Minotaurs will spawn in that actually drop the Arctrician buff, so simply kill those, and you'll go into the center of the room where you see 5 nodes all connected by a red wire. Those need to be connected in very quick succession, kind of like the doorways leading into this encounter. The first time that I'm doing it here, I actually get distracted and I don't end up doing it fast enough. All that happens when that occurs is it just resets the nodes, which means that they'll close up for a second and then you'll open them back up and they'll need to be reconnected. Again, there's really no punishment for that in this dungeon. It just kind of wastes a second or two of your time. So if you are connecting them and then the boss is all of a sudden like charging you down and you're getting hit by a lot of damage, simply duck away. It's fine if they reset. There's no punishment for it. Once you connect all 5 though, the back rooms will actually open up, and from there we have to look to the outsides of this starting room. On each side, both left and right, there are 2 nodes on the wall. 2 of those nodes, meaning they can both be on right, they can both be on left, or 1 on each, will open up. And from here, you just simply follow them and you start connecting their nodes, leading into that secondary room the boss started in, and then eventually to their final node. Whenever you connect to the very last node of the second set that you're doing, boss DPS will start. As you can see, it says Arc Node completed, Reactor Core purged and armed, take cover. Basically, the boss is going to make his way towards the end of the room, and you need to leave the room and lock him in there to start DPS. If the boss is too far away, he can even be way back in the spawn of this current room. He actually won't make it to DPS, and you'll have to basically start the whole encounter over at this point, just because the mechanic will reset. You won't wipe or anything, but he just wasn't able to make it in the room in time to start DPS. So then what you do to actually start DPS is using Arctrician, and if you've run out of the buff, you can simply kill the Minotaurs in the starting room to get it again. And you basically have to reconnect those 5 red nodes in quick succession, and that will lock the doors and lock the boss in the room. From there, a small explosion will happen, and the doors will open up, and the boss will be vulnerable for damage. A similar thing can happen if he actually gets in the room and you don't close the doors fast enough. It doesn't wipe you when that happens, but if the door isn't closed, it'll just skip damage phase. You basically lose out on damage phase, and the whole thing will repeat again with the Hydra spawning in and you needing to start over. Being a Hydra, his crit is incredibly annoying to hit just because sometimes it shifts pretty heavily, and also because of how much flinching he does based on his void projectiles. So honestly, any kind of non-precision based damage is really optimal for him. If you have a good heavy grenade launcher, if you have a rocket launcher you like using, any Titans out there who like using Grand Overture with Actium War Rig for automatic reloads, this is actually a very good boss to use it on because you can pre-charge 20 of them leading into damage phase, fire that volley, fire 20 more, and then get off another volley before he goes immune, and it's actually like a pretty reliable 3 or 4 phase. The DPS rotation I'm specifically doing is something all 3 classes can do. It just involves shooting Parasite, which is building stacks over the course of the encounter, swapping to a rocket sidearm and firing 3 or 4 shots, and then just repeating that rotation with a solar holster mod. And again, since none of it is crit focused, it's very easy to do on this boss. Some more general tips for this encounter. Again, the boss is a Wyvern, so he hits ridiculously hard. The best thing I can recommend doing against him is just kind of doing laps around him and trying to always position yourself on the opposite side of the arena from where he's at. As you can see from my background gameplay, I'm never running into a section where he's there, or if he's starting to get a bit close to me, I'll just run away from that section. He just really can't hit you from a far range if you're moving because his projectiles have such long travel time. So as long as you're positioning yourself opposite of him in the arena, he really isn't a threat to you. The main problem comes when players are trying to do stuff a bit quickly and will just try to run past him, and he can just melt you down so fast with his projectiles. So again, just play it safe, you know, pop your super if you need to survive, and just try to avoid him as best as you can, because realistically, if you can avoid him leading up to damage, he's really only going to be a threat during damage phase. And besides him, when you're just doing Arctrician stuff, it's really just common Vex enemies you need to worry about.
Alright, on to the 7th dungeon, Ghosts of the Deep. These last 2 dungeons are by far the hardest in the entire game. There's no contest in that, and if you've noticed, we're only about halfway through the video, and where we took 2 hours to do 6 dungeons, we'll now take 2 hours to do 2 dungeons. Starting off the mechanics for this opening section, you have to kill an ogre that spawns in through one of the 3 lanes near the altar. Killing him will reveal a pathway on the ground similar to Wrathborn hunts, and this will lead you to an area with a rune, and you more or less just have to go to 3 corresponding locations and kill the ads there. The rune for this one is equals or lines, whatever you want to call that. Again, you basically just go to the first one, you kill 2 Hive Wizards, go to the second location, kill 4 Hive Wizards, and then you go to the final location where a Hive Lightbearer will spawn, and you kill him, crush his ghost. After you crush the ghost of the Hive Lightbearer, you go back to the middle of that arena where you first started, and there'll be a bunch of Hive and a Hive Wizard there. Killing that Hive Wizard will drop a deep sight location. You simply interact with that location to reveal the symbols on the statues, and you basically just match the symbol that you were just at killing all those ads to the statue that matches that symbol. Our symbol was lines or equals, so after I reveal, I'm going to look around, look for the statue that has that rune on it, and just deposit at that statue. After you do this 3 more times, so 4 times in total, the first encounter of the dungeon is done. And take a deep breath, because it only gets way worse from here. The general thing with this dungeon, and my general problem with the dungeon, as everybody basically has with it, is that it is unnecessarily difficult. The mechanics aren't that difficult, they just take a very long time, especially in the final boss room, and the bosses have a ton of health. This is a major difficulty spike in dungeon runs, and so as a result, solo flawless runs on this dungeon, especially the first time around, are very commonly well over an hour. It took me an hour and a half the first time that I ever did this dungeon solo flawless, and even my time here, which was around 50-ish minutes, is still very unoptimized because I'm specifically not using optimized DPS strategies. But even when I'm doing it as fast as possible, it still takes 30-40 minutes. It's incredibly long. So the main focus of this dungeon is survivability over damage. Because of all these various difficulties in the dungeon and how easy it is to outright die to a bunch of different things, we want to maximize our survivability as much as we can. So things like Strand Titan, Solar Warlock, Prismatic Hunter, Solar Hunter, all these different builds that have really good active healing, instant healing options, and damage resist are extremely important for this dungeon. Please don't try to do this and go extremely fast, because it's just going to end up with you getting frustrated and getting killed very quickly. Play it safe, have a super that you can use to instantly get you out of danger. Just take your time. This dungeon is extremely difficult. In my opinion, it is the hardest dungeon in the game, and it's also the longest dungeon in the game. So if you're going to solo flawless this, it is better to play it safe, take 1 or 2 more damage phases to kill a boss, or take your time progressing through an encounter, than trying to rush through it and dying instantly and restarting all of your progress. Alright, so we finished the first encounter, and from here we're traversing to the second. You can follow the exact path that I take here. The big thing about traversing in between encounters, and even part of traversing in encounters themselves, is you have pressure trials, essentially. You have to go through the Methane Ocean of Titan, and when you do, you have a limited amount of time to actually traverse through those sections. You'll see this a bit later on whenever I'm actually traversing through the ocean itself, but you have a limited time while you're in there, and that timer can be refreshed by picking up air bubbles that are scattered underwater. Whenever you're in there for too long, you'll see your bar on the left-hand side of the screen start to drain. Whenever that bar reaches 0, it's effectively like a 5-second warning. Your screen will begin to darken and crack, which implies that you're dying from the pressure and you need to hit an air bubble or resurface immediately. Jumping into the ocean on Titan, again, you have your pressure resistance on the left. As you can see, that bar is constantly draining, and it's refreshed by picking up air bubbles, as you can see me do right here. Some things to note while you're underwater: you cannot slide, you cannot double jump, you cannot sprint. So movement is key in this whole section. Real quick, following where I go, you're normally supposed to drop down the middle and kind of platform your way down. On this first section, you can just simply avoid it and drop off to the side and just make your way down. Makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry so much about like missing bubbles here and there. You can just grab one and then drop right off the side. But in general, you'll see me bunny hop basically every time I'm underwater. And the reason I'm doing that is because while you're airborne, or at least like jumping underwater, you're actually a little bit faster than normal. Mobility also does affect your speed underwater. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but in general, just like try b-hopping while you're underwater. You'll go a lot faster. This is mainly more important on the second encounter, and you'll see why that is in a minute. But in short, just follow the path that I'm taking here. Make sure you're not kind of playing it dangerous with your pressure resistance. If you're like halfway or a little bit under and you see an air bubble, it's better just go to that and grab it real quick than to try to just make it to the end of wherever you're trying to go to. Don't die to pressure resistance. It's a very, very silly thing that I myself have died to on my solo flawless runs that just breaks your heart when it happens. So just checking in again, yes, we are still on our way to the second encounter. It takes that long. Getting to the second encounter, though, there is a brief section about to come up here where you have to drop down through a couple of these inclines. At the bottom of them is an open pit that will kill you. So right before I drop down here, have an Eager Edge Sword, have a grapple grenade, have something to keep you airborne and let you traverse, because it's very easy just to get physicsed and to fly straight down into the pit and die. Just a fair warning, because I've had that happen to me. But after you clear that section, you simply follow this tunnel here, you drop down into a section of Methane, and you're at the second encounter in the first boss arena. While you're down here, the boss is also down here. You can see by my radar, he's actually up here on the left. But he can kill you while you're here before you even start the encounter. So just, again, same thing. Make sure you're moving very quickly through this encounter. Again, bunny hopping is a good way to actually get around that. I'll touch more on that in a second. So let's get into the mechanics of the second encounter then. The second encounter, again, the boss has a ton of health. There are a ton of ads that spawn, so survivability is a must. Again, close range builds, any ones I recommend down in the description work great. How the encounter starts is 3 blistered knights, as you can see here, will spawn in. Killing all 3 of them will spawn an ogre in the middle. Whenever you kill that ogre, the actual mechanic portion of the encounter will start. You run back over here near this altar, and there'll be a deep sight location. You simply interact with that to reveal it. And on these runes on the wall, 3 of them will be revealed. The first ones I have here are X, V, and lines. So I'm going to jump down the water, and I now have to interact with the runes that correspond to X, V, and lines. The runes down here are in a set pattern and set location. Don't worry about them being randomized. So once you know where one is, you can simply go to it again. While you're down here, the boss is also down here. I'll turn around here in a second and actually look back so you can see him. But he is chasing you this entire time. He won't be able to outright kill you while you're down here. His damage attack is mainly just like a big kind of boop and physics attack, but it will basically completely drain your pressure resistance. Once you get all your runes activated, you can come back up, and there will be 3 wizard light bearers that spawn in. Killing them and crushing their ghosts will give you a stack of Vestige of Light, and it'll give you a timer on it. You have until that timer runs out to bank those vestiges. In short, there are 3, so I personally just go around and I kill all 3. I'll do that once I get all 3 of my runes, and again, you can do that on 1 trip or on 3 separate trips. Once you have ×3 stacks, though, you can go ahead and you can start depositing in the various statues around the arena. So there's one here on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle. After you deposit all 3, Ecthar will spawn in the middle of the arena, back where that deep sight location is, and he first spawned in at the start of the encounter. The thing about him is that he has a shield, so this Wellkeeper Knight will spawn towards the back. Kill him, and you'll get a brief buff where you can actually break his shield. If you don't do that, he'll be immune to all damage until that shield is broken. And from here, I'm just going to go to town with my super and my abilities. Again, this is the same thing that I did on Gahlran. But as you can see, he has about 3 times the health as Gahlran. So he's very, very tanky. As far as other builds to use, any kind of close range build that I have down in the description works fantastic against him. He is also a Hive Lightbearer, so if you have any weapons from Root of Nightmares, like the Linear Fusion Rifle or the Heavy Grenade Launcher, they'll get a damage bonus against him specifically and the final boss of this dungeon, so those are good options. Best options for me, like if you're on Warlock, drop a Well or pop Song of Flame and use something like Lament or Legend of Akelous, for example. If you're on Hunter, same thing, pop a Tether on him or use a Burst DPS super and go to town with like Akelous or Lament. The thing to note about Hunter specifically is both bosses in this dungeon have a shield, so if you wanted to, you could use Lucky Pants and then use a secondary weapon that has Disruption Break. And Disruption Break is a 50% damage boost for kinetic weapons, and so what that means is you can break the shield with a Disruption Break weapon, and then you get another 50% damage bonus for your Lucky Pants hand cannon. So it's a very easy way to have some massive chunking potential from a primary weapon. Again, a lot of different options you can use here. Feel free to use any of the close range builds that I have down in the description. But yeah, this boss has a ton of health.
Moving on to some more generalized tips about actually completing this encounter. There are a ton of adds in this section, so any kind of ability build that functions off of killing adds, Sunbracers, combination blow stuff, Syntheseps, Hammer, Syntheseps with Banner of War, those all work great because there's just constant adds to kill to sustain that survivability and those abilities in general. While you're underwater, a few things to note. Best things to do against him are to, again, just b-hop your way around the arena because you're a bit faster when you do that. And in general, don't make any like sharp turns because he is constantly trying to get at you with the fastest possible path. If you make like a big long looping turn, he'll basically stay behind you the entire time. But if you make a sharp turn and kind of go back to where you were coming from anyway, he can just simply catch up to you very easily and then hit you. So as you can see from what I'm doing, I'm basically just doing a big lap throughout the entire arena, and he's more or less following right behind me. That's the easiest way to avoid him. So if you like miss a rune or if you don't know where a rune is, just start lapping through the arena and looking for it. Don't worry about like turning around if you see it real quick and then running to get it. Just do a lap, pick up an air bubble, and go back to it. Again, there's no technical time limit for being under the water here. Just your pressure resistance is the only thing that's kind of preventing you from staying here forever. As long as you're picking up air bubbles, as long as you're kind of avoiding the boss and you're getting the right runes, there's really no danger of being down here. In general for this encounter, rock void resist because the boss can throw these sentinel shields at you, and those will chunk you. If both of them hit you and you don't have some kind of healing or damage resistance, it will flat out kill you. So put on some void resist, maybe put on some arc resist for all of the enemies in here, as well as the Hive light bearers like these arc wizards. But in general, survivability over damage. Any of the builds that I recommend down below have that, but if you want to use your own version, just focus on staying alive rather than outputting insane DPS numbers. Again, you can one-face this guy with something like Strand Grapple Melees or Hunter Grapple Melees. Warlock can have like a very easy two-phase using Legend of Acarius, actually. But again, that's like more technical stuff. So if this boss takes you 4, 5, 6 damage phases to kill, that's totally fine. The first time I ever did this dungeon, it took me 6. It's totally normal. So again, take your time, stay alive, and try to be as consistent as you can with your damage and with mechanics.
Alright, so after the encounter is over, you'll drop back down into the ocean section, and a new pathway will be opened up. You simply go through that to progress towards the final encounter. Again, same thing with here. Pick up oxygen bubbles when you need them. Your pressure resistance is the #1 thing that's going to kill you here. There is a small platforming section with some Hive coming up. I just kind of blow right by it with my Era sword, my grapple melee. But if you want to, you can simply sit back with a scout rifle or like a sniper rifle and take out those enemies and those shriekers before you go into the room just to play it safe. And just like that, we have made it to the final boss of Ghosts of the Deep. This is the hardest section by far. To start the encounter itself, you simply crush the Hive Ghost in the center, and the boss will spawn in and start spawning enemies. The move she just did right there, where she spawned all those Lucent Moths, that is instant death. Rock Arc Resist in this section, rock something to deal with those Lucent Moths very effectively. I'm using a Trace Rifle just so I can basically, like, smear the entire screen with the Trace Rifle and just get rid of all of them. There are so many Lucent Moths in this section. If you want to run Risk Runner just for them, it's entirely reasonable. They are just everywhere. The boss will spawn like 7 of them at once, and the Hive just around the arena will occasionally spawn them in themselves. How the mechanic works is that there are 3 locations on Oryx's corpse that you need to go to basically do every mechanic of this dungeon. You hold reveal on the deep sight location to see where those mechanics are, and what you do is you first go to one of those 3 locations and you'll kill the special Hive Knight that's in the arena at said location. When you do that, a small ring will open up, and you actually need to go and look at that ring through the Hive symbol that spawned at your plate. So I'm killing this knight here, and after I do, I look down. There's a ring over to the right hand side that I now need to line up with where I just killed that knight from that section. So what I do is I go over here, I look through the ring, I line up with the Hive rune. It's a little bit difficult, but there you go. And just like that, 1 out of 3 done. So I just repeat this 2 more times. A thing to note is when you kill that special Hive Knight and he spawns in again, that is typically the time when the boss will spawn in all of those moths all at once. It's not the only time she'll do it though, and she can realistically do it whenever she feels like it. So please just keep an eye on the boss here. Listen for the audio cue that sounds when all of those Lucent Moths spawn in. But yeah, this first encounter, you're basically going to the deep sight location, going to the 3 locations that are shown then, killing the knight while you're standing in that zone, lining up that ring to the Hive symbol, and then from there you have 3 symbols that are shown. Do not worry about memorizing these symbols. It is only going to confuse you. You don't need to memorize them, so don't worry about it. Once you do that with all 3 areas, make your way through the pressure doors on the left, right, and upper sides of the arena. Each of these will lead to a different Hive Lightbearer. The goal here is to memorize the symbol of this area, kill the Hive Lightbearer, and then deposit it in the main arena. Make sure you know the symbol before you kill the Lightbearer. If you need to write it down or put it in text chat, whatever you need to do, make sure you know the symbol, because when you crush the ghost of the Hive, that symbol goes away, and there's no way to get it back. There's no way to confirm which one you have once that's over. So again, look at the symbol that you have, memorize what it is, then crush the ghost, because then it goes away. So that one was a dot coffee table is what I call it. I know it's stupid, but it's what I remember it as. I'm going to crush that ghost, and now I have the vestige of a knight for about a minute, as you can see at the top of my screen. What I'm going to do is then run into the room. I still have vestige of knight, and by the way, once it hits 0, you will die. So I'm going to reveal locations, and as you can see, there are now Hive runes all over the arena. I'm going to go to the location that had dot coffee table, which was the middle, and deposit it. That vestige will then go away, and I'm 1/3 of the way done with the mechanics to lead up to a single DPS phase. I then basically go back into the next section. The section I'm going to currently has the Hunter Hive Lightbearer in it. I'm going to memorize the symbol there, kill him, crush his ghost, and then go back into the arena. And then again, I'm going to interact with Deep Sight to reveal the deposit locations at each of those 3 platforms that are revealed earlier. And I'm going to match that symbol with the one that the Hive Lightbearer had. In this case, it's X, and then deposit it. And again, you're going to do that 3 times. Since I already got the Titan and the Hunter Lightbearer, the Wizard Lightbearer is the only one that's left. So I'm going to go there, memorize that symbol. Again, if you need to write it down, put it in text chat, whatever you need to do not forget it, because if you bank at the wrong symbol, you will just die instantly. There's no like time reduction, there's nothing, you will just die. So please don't worry about memorizing which symbols are what in the room, just worry about which symbol you are currently holding, and use whatever means you have to memorize it. So I have the last vestige that I need to deposit for damage. I'm going to go over to where I saw that symbol and deposit it. Again, the first thing you have to do is reveal Deep Sight so you can actually see that deposit location. And a quick note, you can redeposit symbols at places you already were, but if you do the wrong one, you will die, of course. So I'm going up to the top location to deposit at the corresponding rune, and after that, damage begins. The boss is fully damageable, but again, it has that shield, which is why I recommend bringing Arbalest. As you can see from what I had, it just instantly one-shots that shield and lets you actually damage the boss. I'm using the Root of Nightmare's linear fusion rifle, mainly because I'm pairing it with the Trace rifle to give it a small damage boost against Hive Lightbearers, and also just because this boss is extremely hard to hit with all of the flinching that goes on in this arena from other Hive boomers and knights that are attacking you to the boss herself. I highly recommend using something that's very easy to use. Don't worry about using rockets or grenade launchers because she moves so often, it's very easy to miss. Take your time with this encounter if you have any DPS supers, like I'm using Syntheseps with Hammer of Soul, just out of ease of use and survivability. If you want to use Golden Gun, that's a very easy way to deal some damage on her. For Warlocks, if you just want to pop well and sit in there, again, with like a linear fusion rifle or sniper rifles, that's totally fine. But again, this entire boss fight is endurance. Don't worry about killing her in like one phase. Don't worry about killing her in 2 or 3 phases. Even though that's technically possible, it is not worth it. It is not going to happen, especially on a solo flawless run. Again, my first time doing this was an hour and a half total. It took me 8 phases to kill her. If it takes you 8, if it takes you 10, if it takes you 20, as long as you kill her, that's what matters. Again, keep an eye out for those Hive moths that she'll spawn in 7 of, because if all 7 of those hit you, I don't care what kind of damage resist you have and what kind of healing you have, you're basically dead. For survivability in this first section, if you really want to focus on it, you don't mind swapping weapons, you can always use Risk Runner for a massive damage resistance against arc damage, which is a great survivability option. In general, if you have time, kill the Boomer Knights around the arena, because those are a big source of damage and flinching, especially during like boss DPS. But again, for boss damage, bring something to break that shield. Anything with adaptive munitions or something like Arbalist that'll just instantly break it is fantastic. But from here, you just kind of repeat the mechanics in the encounter. You start off again by revealing deep sight locations for which areas of Oryx's body you need to go to. You kill a knight while standing in that location, line up the resulting ring to the rune that appears above said location. You do that 2 more times for all 3 areas. After that, you go off and kill the Hive Lightbearers, memorize their rune before you crush their ghost, bring it back into the boss arena, activate deep sight so you can actually see the deposit locations, and match the resulting buff that you have to the symbol you saw in the room. That's it. The main thing with this encounter, although the mechanics aren't that difficult truly, is just that it takes forever. And again, this boss has so much health to begin with that this entire fight can drag on for such a long time. Again, survivability, try to be as consistent as you can with your damage, bring something to break that shield and you'll be set. Again, any of the long range builds I would recommend down in the description work great. I'll probably even throw in a note just for this boss specifically and be like, here's what I would use on each class, just because it's so incredibly frustrating to fight this boss. Once you get solo flawless, I really don't blame you if you never set foot in this dungeon again, except to get stuff like Navigator. Even farming this dungeon, I don't touch this boss just because of how long it takes. I just stick with the first 2 encounters because I can reliably one-phase Ecthar, and that's pretty much all I do. This is easily the worst and hardest encounter of any dungeon in the entire game to solo flawless. So again, take your time, don't rush things, focus on survivability, and watch out for those moths.
up again. The signal's clearing and I'm receiving your ghost's feed of...
Alright, so it is 3.5 hours in, and we have finally reached Warlord's Ruin. This, in my opinion, is one of the harder dungeons of the game, probably the second hardest, but it's also one of my favorite because it's very well designed. It's something I regularly run, not even because of the loot pool being that great, because it really isn't, but just because it's a fun dungeon. It's just a very well designed mechanic through and through. So starting off, we're on Rathil here. He's kind of a joke of a boss, and he's mainly there to serve as an introduction to the overall mechanic of the dungeon. So starting off, a bunch of adds will spawn in. You can kill them, you can leave them alive as damage stacking for later on in the boss fight whenever it's time for DPS. Doesn't really matter, but you're basically just going to wait around a bit until he decides to spawn in a Taken Chieftain totem. And when that happens, you'll be transported to one of the cages in the corners of the arena. If you reach the top after you're in here for about 10 seconds, a bunch of arc shocks will deploy and kill you instantly. And the way that you get out is, as you see that I just did, shoot all 3 of those acolyte eyes and the door will open, you can run out. From here, he'll spawn in another chieftain totem, and what you do is you stand within its radius to slowly capture it. It takes about 6 or 7 seconds or so to fully capture it, so you just simply stand in there and you wait until it's captured. Each one will essentially give you about 8 seconds worth of DPS time on the boss, so capturing both gives you about 16 seconds in total, and then from there it's damage. The build I'm using is the Consecration Slam build I used earlier. There are better variants of this build that you can one-phase the boss with. I've done it before with Worm God. This is just with Syntheseps. I am using an exotic class mark with Heart of Inmost Light and Syntheseps, but you can just use plain old Syntheseps. There's no reason not to. And it's a good way to easily two-phase him. You can technically one-phase him with this exact build. It's just so incredibly tight, precise, that I haven't been able to do it myself. I've gotten very close, though. But again, it's a very easy two-phase strategy. For other classes, Warlock, if you just want to pop a well and then dump a surrounded heavy GL like the one from Root of Nightmares, Caraxes' Distress, you can do that and just leave all the adds alive to keep surrounded up forever. You can use Lament or any sword and just go to town on him. Any class can do grapple melees very easily here. I'll actually show up some videos here in a second of me doing it. A few things to note about the mechanic itself, though. You don't technically need to capture any totems. If you miss both totems entirely, the encounter just kind of picks up from the first part where he'll spawn them in again and then you'll go back in the cage. And if you want to, you can always only capture one. If you get one totem and then you're really weak, don't feel like you have to go and get the second one. You can just capture one of them and then you'll just have a shorter DPS phase. So the encounter is very forgiving. It's kind of like that throughout the entire dungeon. You don't technically need to progress to DPS if you don't want to. You're just going to have to deal with the other stuff that the encounters throw at you. So overall, it's a very easy encounter. I think it's a great learning experience for the rest of the dungeon. In short, after you're done with the encounter, though, you'll be transported to the jail cells, and here you need to bust your way out. As you can see, I looked to my left, and there was a 3 in tallies on the ground, and that tells me that 3 of these rotating objects need to be spinning clockwise. So what I'm doing is I'm going through and I'm shooting 3 of them 3 times to get them spinning clockwise, and then I'm shooting the other 3 just once to have them spinning counterclockwise. There's another set of tallies on the ground to my bottom left here that indicate how many need to be spinning counterclockwise. So again, that first symbol there that you spawn in with is saying how many need to spin clockwise, how many you need to shoot 3 times, and then the second one on the ground towards the end of where I was is telling you how many need to spin counterclockwise or just being shot once. Once you break out of jail, you can follow my pathing here. It is a bit of a maze down here, so just kind of follow where I go. Also be mindful, there are some wall spikes that'll shoot out at you if you're too close to them, so watch out where you're going. I'll kind of point them out when I come across them. As you can see here, there's some on the ground, so I jump over them. A little Pete Parsons Easter egg right there in case you're interested. Slide under these ones, go to the right through this wall. And then from here is another maze section, so stick to the left on this side to avoid the ones on the right. Jump over these to avoid the spikes here. There's no more spikes to worry about, so just follow where I go. Alright, onto the second encounter of Warlord's Ruin. I'm using the same build that I used for Phil from Grasp of Avarice, just because Dragon's Breath is a great heavy in general, and against this kind of boss, he just gets stun-locked very heavily when we use it. In general, any kind of close to mid-range build works great, and if you want to use this fusion rifle, which is Scatter Signal with Dragon's Breath, or Dragon's Breath with any fusion rifle really, you can just use this exact same build on all 3 classes, and it works just as well. In general, how the encounter works is a bunch of adds will spawn in. The main ones to focus on are the 6 Acolyte Eyes up in the top of the arena. Shooting all 6 of them will progress to the next phase of the encounter, essentially spawning in 2 of those Scorn Chieftains, essentially Rathil from earlier, on each side of the arena. Both of them will spawn in, and in theory, they'll spawn in 1 of the taken Chieftain relics, and then killing them will spawn in 1 itself. So both of them should, in theory, give you 2. However, as you can see from my gameplay here, they sometimes glitch out and will just never spawn them in. Either when you kill 1, or eventually the boss will just do it on its own. It'll start activating a blizzard. As you can see in the very top of my screen, there'll be a debuff called Biting Cold. In short, you need to be towards the torches in the back of the arena to stay out of the cold. When you hit times 10, you'll be frozen and killed. At times 9, you'll be slowed. So if you're at times 8, go to one of these torches along the back here and just stay in there for a bit to have all your stacks disappear. In my opinion, I always try to go for 2 relics at a time in this section, just to make the upcoming sections easier, but you can do 1 at a time if you want to. After you capture the relics and the storm is over, and you can tell when that is by the time of Imminent Wish, relics will spawn in, and you take these relics and you activate the 4 pillars around the arena, and these are where you'll be doing DPS, essentially. Again, it is possible to get all 4 in one go if you position yourself in the center and you wait for the chieftains to come to you. I just find it to be a little inconsistent in general and kind of a more dangerous place to be, so I usually just stick to one side and kill said chieftain, and then just get 2 and just happen to do this twice, because it really doesn't take that long to do. The whole time you're doing this, there's tons of Scorn and Taken shooting at you, so again, anything with good healing and damage resistance is just basically mandatory for the entire dungeon, as if you haven't caught on that trend already for basically every encounter in every dungeon. So again, you're just going to stand on the totems to capture them. You can sometimes have them be layered over each other and capture both of them at the same time. When you get to Biting Cold times 6 or times 7, start making your way to one of the torches in the back of the arena and just standing there to cleanse yourself of the Biting Cold stacks. Again, at times 9 you are slowed, and at times 10 it'll kill you. The other thing to be wary of is the walls on the back of the arena are very low, and the reason for that is that the ogre will easily physics you when he's shooting you with his ranged attack, and if you jump up at the end of the arena and he starts hitting you with that, he'll just send you flying off the map and kill you. So while you're back there, stay on the ground, don't jump too much. It actually happens to me once or twice here. Just be careful. I'm swapping over to Pyrogale just to have a nice DPS super real quick here. But you go over, and once you light all 4 of these torch areas, the ogre will then call in a blizzard, kind of like what was happening earlier. And while you're here, standing within the radius of the torches lets you deal damage and also prevents you from building up stacks of Biting Cold. We have a brief damage window here, and so I'm just dumping my fusion rifle and Dragon's Breath into him to stunlock him and get some decent damage. Eventually each torch will run out, so you basically go to the other ones to deal damage, and you just basically chain your way through this whole encounter. Again, a nice thing about having a solar build specifically is the constant restoration. I don't really have to worry about all of the ads shooting me as much, because I'm just getting constant healing. And again, with Dragon's Breath and our fusion rifle, as you can see in the bottom left, we're chaining a ton of super energy regen very, very quickly with this build when done correctly. And again, it can be done on all 3 classes, which is just Dragon Breath and a fusion rifle. You can build up your super to regen it during the same damage phase you used it. So I open with Pyrogale, and by the time I get to the 4th plate, I'll have Pyrogale active again. So it's a very easy way to get some serious damage numbers on a boss that's otherwise pretty hard to damage. For example, on Hunter, if you wanted to use like Shards of Gahlran and use Blade Barrage, you could probably get 3 supers in a single damage phase if you wanted to, using this exact same weapon loadout. With Warlock, you can use Nova Bomb, for example, which is, in my opinion, the best DPS super for Warlock in general now. But again, after damage phase, the whole encounter resets. Again, you're going to go through and kill all the Acolyte Eyes in the center to spawn in the Chieftains. The Chieftain will spawn in the Totems. Capture the Totem, the Chieftain spawns. Kill the Chieftain to capture that Totem. And then Relics will spawn. Once you've captured 4 Totems in total per phase, you can then build your way to damage by lighting the torches, and the whole thing repeats. Any mid to long range build works great. Again, the big thing is just being flinched to an unbelievable degree by all the enemies. So, you know, if you want to use Dragon's Breath, Rockets, heavy GLs, those are all really good ideas. Yeah, besides that, invest in good healing and good damage resistance. And the trend with this dungeon, as it was with Ghost of the Deep, is it's more of a marathon, it's not a sprint. Don't worry about trying to, like, 3-phase, 2-phase, 1-phase these bosses, even though you technically can. It's just not worth dying so far into a dungeon. It takes so long to complete. So just play it safe and take your time. A final note too is while Biting Cold is active, if you would want to, you can stand by the torches down near the middle of the boss arena that you've already lit, and those will work just like the torches on the sides of the map. So if you want to take a moment and just hide behind them so the boss can't hit you, and if there's no ads nearby, you can stand by the torches you already lit down there, and they'll also protect you from the cold. Alright, so we're done with the second encounter of Warlord's Ruin, onto the final boss. Traversing to the third encounter is a bit tricky because, one, there's a lot of platforming that's very dangerous, and two, there are a bunch of ads scattered throughout various sections of the path to take, so if you want to, take your time and kill all those ads just to play it safe. And in general, again, Eager-Edged Sword, grapple melee just to save yourself, because there's a bunch of ways to die traversing through this next section. Here's the first big group of ads. Again, I'm just going to sit back kind of once I get Banner of War going and more or less just deal with them with a hand cannon. These phalanxes can very easily physics you into a wall and kill you just because, you know, phalanxes in this game are really weird and glitchy. So again, take your time and get rid of them. If you want to blow by them with like invis though, you absolutely can. Pete Parsons again is just chilling up here. Say hi to Pete. And then you go to your left here to continue through the section. In this room is going to be a giant taken sphere surrounded with floating platforms and a bunch of debris that's constantly orbiting through the center. This is why I'm saying bring a grapple nade, bring an Eager-Edged Sword. It is very easy to be physicsed and instantly killed by the debris orbiting the center. And so having an Eager-Edged Sword or having grapple charges is a very easy way to save yourself or move to a platform to get you out of danger. Just note there are some platforms, like the one I just stood on, that will crumble and fall once you step on them, so you have a second or two on them and then that's it. But again, make your way through, follow the pathing I take up here, and we'll make our way towards the final encounter. There's just a few more groups of ads to get by and kill. And just like that, we're almost 4 hours in, and we made it to the final boss encounter of every dungeon in Destiny 2, and the last boss of Warlord's Ruin. This boss has a ton of health. In fact, it's basically the exact same as the final boss of Ghost of the Deep. The only difference is that this boss has a ton of DPS phases, and it's very easy to chain damage very consistently between them, and it's very easy to activate. So it's basically like Ghost of the Deep if Ghost of the Deep was actually a well-designed dungeon. Starting off, a bunch of Scions will spawn in, so go ahead and kill those. Eventually these Witches will spawn in, and that's a sign that the boss has spawned in some Acolyte Eyes. Just like the second encounter, killing those Acolyte Eyes will then spawn and take in Chieftains, and the same thing happens with them. They'll eventually spawn in a totem, and when you kill them, you'll get a totem, so at most you get 2 per 1. Each totem that you capture will increase the length of your DPS phase. The new mechanic here, though, is that there's a Scorn enemy that spawns in shortly after the Chieftains do, and you'll know that happens whenever you get the debuff called Hex of Vengeful Corruption. With Vengeful Corruption, there is a Scorn enemy running around the arena trying to attack you. He is invulnerable to damage, and the way that you get rid of your debuff is you have to punch him. When that debuff reaches 0, if you have it, you will die, but if he has it from you punching him, he will die. I'll go over some tricks in a second to make managing him a bit easier, but once that happens, any of the totems you collected will start your DPS phase, and based on the number of totems you've captured, it'll increase the length of said DPS phase. If you don't meet the DPS criteria that's highlighted at the bottom, though, there really isn't an issue. The encounter just kind of picks back up in the same location. The goal is to meet the full length of that highlighted area, though, because then you'll progress to the next area, and after you progress through all 3 platforms to do the mechanics with, the boss will spawn at the top where there's 3 smaller platforms, and you'll have a more isolated DPS window up there. And that's where you're probably going to get in the bulk of your damage, because there's just not really any adds to worry about besides the Acolyte Eyes that spawn on the boss, and I'll go over that a bit more in here in a second. But again, even though this boss has a ton of health, you have so many opportunities for consistent DPS that it really doesn't feel like this monstrously, absurdly strong boss, kind of like the bosses in Ghost of the Deep are, because of how consistent and reliable DPS is, and how often you can actually do it. So again, we're on the second level of the encounter, and again, it's more or less just repeating the same thing, just in a different area. For Hex of Vengeful Corruption, it can be very infuriating to deal with. A few notes about him to make him a bit easier. Ranged melees will count, so if you have something like Celestial Fire or a Throwing Knife and you're across the entire map, you can hit him with that and it will count as meleeing him. And the other thing is that he's not a boss type enemy, meaning he can be blinded, he can be suppressed, he can be slowed, and what that'll do is allow you to melee him a lot easier without giving him a chance to really fight back as much, because he'll be, again, disoriented and slowed and stuff. So what I do is I pop a barricade, and I'll just have him run into it and melee me, and then he'll just be blinded for a bit while he's in there. I'll punch him then, and then just run away pretty much. Alright, and after you're done with the 3rd level, it's time to go on to the actual true DPS phase for this boss. You'll jump up onto one of these platforms, and you'll begin DPS. While you're dealing DPS, Acolyte Eyes will spawn in and deal damage to you, but whenever all of the Acolyte Eyes spawn in, I believe it's 5 for each side, they'll actually make the boss temporarily immune and have him go to the next DPS phase. So you can prolong your DPS by getting rid of those Acolyte Eyes as you deal damage, because if all 10 of them spawn in, no matter how long you've been there, you'll just be taken to the next area for damage. A Taken Blight will spawn on the bottom of the platform you're standing on and deal damage to you and basically force you to go to the next area. But realistically, there's nothing keeping you here for DPS. If you want to, like I do here, you can just do a little bit of damage and then jump off and run around the bottom for a bit. There's no punishment for that. There's no ads here while you're doing it. And then eventually the boss will just simply go back to the middle and teleport you back to the bottom of the arena, and you'll just begin the whole encounter again. After you're done with the entire mechanic rotation and doing your first big DPS phase, you then spawn here back at the beginning and the entire thing repeats. Again, this entire boss fight is less about burst DPS and more about endurance, so using weapons with some high TDO is very, very valuable. Still Hunt is one of the best weapons in the entire game, both on and off of Hunter, so if you want to use Still Hunt, that's fine. Whisper of the Worm, Leviathan's Breath are both weapons that deal consistent TDO and DPS at long ranges. Again, I'm just using Supremacy as a special weapon and literally just chaining shots over and over again because its DPS isn't very great, but it has a massive amount of TDO. But again, you basically just repeat this until you get to that last chunk of health at the very end. So I'll let the DPS phase play out, and I'll catch you guys whenever that happens. Alright, so now we've dealt enough damage to get to the last stand for the boss. When that happens, he'll teleport you to the starting tower behind the arena, and you used to be able to leave this, but you no longer can, so you have to stay here to deal damage. The best thing I can recommend is hiding behind the pillars and saving your super. Most of the time, this boss is not a DPS race, it's just simply staying alive and dealing consistent total damage. This is the time, if you've been saving a DPS super, if you've been saving heavy ammo to do a ton of heavy DPS, this is the time you want to use it. Burn him as fast as you can, stay alive, and also watch out on the sides for those taken orbs. But just like that, that is how you solo flawless Warlord's Ruin, and we have reached the end of solo flawlessing every dungeon in Destiny 2. This video took way too long to make, but I'm making it in hopes that some people out there are able to solo flawless dungeons they normally were kind of struggling with, and I can just help players have a better understanding of how to actually approach content like this. If you made it to the end of the video, one, thank you so much for watching. I greatly appreciate your support on this kind of stuff. And let me know what you thought of it down in the comments below. Sorry about some of the points having a bit worse quality in recording. Doing this all in one go was just extremely intensive on my computer, so expect better quality in the future. But as always, thank you guys so much for watching. I greatly appreciate your support on these videos. Again, this took a ton of time, so be sure to like and subscribe for more content like this, and I'll catch you guys in the next video. As always, thank you so much, and have a great day.